Edgars just done his hot lap, trying to pull a wheelie now. So I was saying he was riding on a traditional kind of crit setup last time, but this time he's gone for the rat bike. He's got risers. Looks like he's got 28 tyres on there, but we'll see if he's managed to get it faster than his last time. So next up we got George Sales. So this is a new rider. I haven't seen George before. He rides for Project 51 race team. He's from Red Hill in Londinian, and he likes the Chats Smoko. Now, I'll be honest, maybe this is my age, but I've never heard of that group. But I'm sure they're cool. He's going around at the moment behind the go-kart, just laying down or getting used to the track, really. He's got a bit of bling on with his bike. He's riding a nice Flash Specialized. So let's see if he can back that up with some speed as he comes around now for his hot lap. Let's see how he goes. It's a super technical track here at Mile End Revolution Karting. It's highly advisable to ride kind of a lower tyre pressure here, especially on these corners, so you can get maximum grip. He looks like he's taking some nice lines here. So he's coming into the S-bend there. You got to be able to control your speed when you come in here, because if you come in too fast, which he possibly has done, it ruins your line. And then that might have slowed him down there on that S-bend by the looks of it. But he's out of the saddle. He's digging deep. See if he can carry that speed coming round to the finish line. This is a nice ride from George. Here we go. And over the line. So we've been lucky with the weather today. It's been pretty ordinary the last couple of weeks, and the sun has definitely come out. Bit of an Indian summer here in London. So next up we have Theo Clark. This boy's he's got some speed. He rides for Fixed Beers race team. He's from London. And he likes Eric B and Rakim. Don't sweat the technique. So let's see if he's going to bring some technique to his hot lap. All right, here we go. I can do, yeah.
Just test it out.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna do a little walk around. I mean, I know we got the heats going on at the moment, but we got plenty more racing coming today. So I'm gonna go around, just gonna meet some of the other people that have come along today. We'll walk around this way, Don. Actually, we'll come this way. I don't want you to fall over the tyres. Hey guys, how are you both feeling?
Good. A little bit nervous, but it should be all right. Haven't really clocked that I'm going to have to do a really fast lap.
We're gonna move away from this speaker, but both of these girls ride for One Life Cycle, and we got Sasha, who's a little bit nervous but trying to keep it cool, and Rebecca, who seems a bit more cool, but that's okay. Whose man's this? Whose man is this? Who are you? What's your name?
My name is Jake100, and I am here today to win the race.
Confidence. It's what it's all about. And what is your name?
My name is RJ, and hey.
Are you here to win the race?
Yeah, all the races.
So Jake is one of the guys that's behind this whole thing. And yeah, it's cool, really cool to see these guys here and flexing. Anyway, good luck. It's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to seeing you two duke it out. All right, Hayden, how are you, mate?
Oh, hello. Hi, I'm
So you're from New Zealand?
Yep. Yeah.
You been here a while?
No, just from this morning. It took me a while to get up, but It was all right. Yeah.
You flew out here this morning
Caught the train.
from New Zealand.
Yeah.
Hey, that's commitment. But this was your you came here a couple of weeks ago, didn't you? When we first did it, and you were just hanging over the fence, and you thought this looks like fun. I'll give it a go.
Nailed it on the head there. Yeah. No, I looked at it and I went, this looks way fun. Now that I'm out there, it's a lot harder than it looks. Yeah.
Definitely. But no, cheers, man. Let's just have fun.
It's part of it. Thanks for having me.
Pleasure. Whose man is this? Hello, guys. Hello, what's your name, sir?
All right, mate. How are you?
I'm very well. What's your name, sir?
Francis. Yeah.
So this gentleman is called Francis, and he has been coming down since the first series and getting some sick content. How are you finding the racing, Francis?
Oh, it's brilliant. It's like proper grassroots, lovely vibe. Everyone's having a good time who isn't racing as well. We get to watch these guys absolutely smashing it around a tight course. It's great to watch. You can see what's going on. It's awesome.
There we go. Do you want a job in as a pressman?
As pressman, yeah. All right.
Excellent. And what's your name, sir?
Barnabas.
This is Barnabas Briggs, Mr. Alec Briggs. He's the champion from the last race. He pulled a very, very nifty maneuver on the S-bend. So, yeah, you looking forward to today?
Yeah, of course, man. These things have been wicked. You created something pretty brilliant, and it's nice to just come and do it, man. Life is wicked. Well done.
No, thank you. We appreciate your support, and it's good. It's always good to have one of the top guys, around it here. So we're all pumped about that. We got Calvin here. Hello, Calvin. We're going to get you on the camera. So Calvin, hello. So Calvin is one of the team behind today. He's been all of the content that you've seen, all the videos, everything that's been done is this man. So I want to tip my hat to him. How's it been for you, apart from being quite stressful?
It's stressful, but it's fine. It's all for good cause, and it's a great event, and it's always a pleasure to be working with the team and shooting great content. And so yeah,
that's it. It's all about communities. It's all about bringing people in, let them flex with their skill set, and just trying to create something that's fun and good for people. So yeah, the track, you can see, you get a pretty good view of the track, I think. How it works at the moment is we've got the guys, they come out, they do a lap. We got the go-kart just sort of in front, sort of a sighting lap really. And then once they cross the line, they do a lap as fast as they can, and then from that we're able to get them lined up for the qualifications. Hello. So this gentleman holds the fastest lap on the track. What was it again?
41.2.
That's right. No, you were flying. And so just for the viewers, just say your name and where you're from and who you ride for.
Yeah, of course. Tom Howell Jones, racing for Fixed Beers Race Team. Where am I from? Well, I grew up in Crewe, but anyway.
You're from the world.
From the world, yeah. Man of the world.
Exactly.
Good fun. It's such a crazy course. Just in my lap then. Again, the tyres don't want to grip, but that's perfect. That's how you want it.
I think tyre pressure is really important. What are you running? What are you running your tyres at?
Got 35 in the front and 60 on the back.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah. That's mad.
I've got a new front. I've got like a 28 front tyre. I've been running 25s last time, but I thought let's not wipe out the front again and get a 28 on.
Yeah. So, but good luck. We'll be watching you today. I'm sure you're going to smash it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go back into the safety of the box, where I can keep an eye on the way how we're going, who's riding and stuff like that. Right, so we've now got Alec Briggs coming up. He's gone casual again with his jean shirt and jeans. He was a champion from the last race, so it's gonna be good to see how he goes. I just had a message from our guy Lewis about the music on the live stream. With live music on the music on the live stream, there's copyright issues. So that answers your question, hopefully. You're gonna have to put up with my voice. We've got a sight and lap here. So that S bend, which Alec just went through, seems to be the deciding factor for a lot of the fixie riders. It's better with these technical courses to always come in with a little bit less speed, so you can control your speed through the bend. So here we go. Alex laying down a hot lap. He's coming a bit hot on that first corner, but with the skills, he's skidded into it. So I'll be honest, I think Alex is the one to watch today. He's I think there's possibly 3 or 4 of them all together that are going to be quite tight. But I think Alex looking very good, looking strong. He knows all of the parts of the track to where you can lay the hammer down. He's coming around the back here to, I think possibly looks like it might be the hottest lap so far today. I'm going to get some times with the laps, which I'll let you guys know. I'll find out that now, and I'll let you guys know ASAP. But that's it for the men's qualifying. We believe this format of where you come out to do a hot lap by yourself is a nice thing. It gives each rider a moment to shine in, have some track time to themselves. It's fresh as well. It's new. No one else has done it like this that I'm aware of. So I think I've got some track times coming now, so I'll be able to tell you guys about that. Okay, so yeah, all right. Well, number 1, top time, we have Alec Briggs with 41.19, which I have a feeling might be a track record. So yeah, he set the fastest slot time. We got Sam Harding with 42.10. Hang on. Right, I've made sense of the timings. So basically we got Alec number 1 with 41.19, which possibly is a track record. Number 2, we got Sam Harding with 42.10. Third, we've got Tom with 42.25. Fourth, we've got Theo with 45.46. Actually, hang on a second. Hang on. With fourth, we've got Edgars with 43. No, we haven't. Sorry about this, guys. So yeah, I'm just trying to make sense of this, where people are, where they've come. So just bear with me. So we got top 3, Alec first, Sam second, Tom third. 4th we got Jonathan, Cauldron. 5th we got Edgars. 6th we got George. 7th we've got Theo and Hayden 8th. So we got the ladies coming up next. We've got Catherine Dennis coming first. Catherine is from, or Kitty, she's from CC London, and she loves the one Fletcher. She's gone for some quite wide bars, so it's going to be interesting to see how she goes. But she's got a track stand ready to go. Looks like the go-kart driver was on Tinder there, swiping right. Here we go, Kitty. For a lot of these riders, it's actually their first time on the track, but they got a good 15-20 minutes on the track earlier today, so they've got a good feeling. I mean, really, generally, it's tyre pressure. Tyre pressure is the key. You have your tyres pumped up too hard, there's not on corners, you're going to slip out. So generally, you want your tyre pressure a little bit lower. Yeah, Kitty's looking smooth. She's got the track dialed. All right, here we go. Coming up for a hot lap. Looking very good. Coming into that first corner. Takes a nice line. Carrying, she took it maybe a little bit too hard, a bit too fast, but she's managed to regain control. See how she goes as she comes up to this the S bend. There we go. She took that all right. So she's just hammer down now. Let's see if she can bring that some speed through to the finish line. Yeah. Well done. That's a nice effort. So next up, we got Taylor Doyle. She rides for Cloud9 Cycles. She's from London, Ontario, in Canada. Where, funny enough, I've been before. So it's a nice part of the world up there. Good apple fritters. But I have to say the coffee, the Tim Hortons coffee, sorry all you Canadians out there, but I don't know what they put in it, but I don't understand why you like it, if I'm honest. It's a little bit rubbish, but it seems to be the staple diet of Canadians. So this is Taylor's first time of riding here as well. She's going for the wide bars. Kind of looks like I reckon there's going to be a resurgence of the old rat bikes for these races. People going for sort of more kind of bike messenger setups with flat handlebars and 28 tyres. So in these sorts of races, speed's important, but if you've got the technical skills, it's you can actually cut quite a bit off in your lap. So here we go for a hot lap. So that first corner catches out a lot of riders. It's good to brake a little bit late and to be able to carry some speed as you come out. Taylor's looking good. Yeah, she's took that corner well, and now let's see if she can put that hammer down and bring it to the line. It's carrying some good speed. I think that's it's going to be tight between those first two. That was a good effort there by Taylor. Next, we got Amy Dunwell, who rides for Clash Racing. She's from Cornwall, so she's come up from Cornwall to do this race, which is fantastic. She's bossing the Pariah kit there. It's a nice kit, looks good. It's a shame there hasn't been enough races this year to be able to flex in it, but we all know that 2021 is going to be different. It's going to be a lot better for all of us. So here we go. Amy's rocking quite a big gear. She was telling me earlier she's rocking 49.17, which, if I'm honest, is way too big for this track. You generally want your gearing to be a bit smaller, so you're able to have more control on the corners. But I think Amy's a strong rider. I think if she can control this gear as she's doing, she can be smooth. She can be set for a good time. She's rocking. Oh dear. Okay, nothing too serious. She's all right. But that's it's not the first time that people have been caught out on that corner. It's quite slippery, this track. If you take the wrong line and you just try and put the hammer down, you can slip out. But I think she's okay. She looks all right. So I think she's going to go for a hot lap. So it's always, in my opinion, it's better to go into that S-bend erring on the side of caution. Here we go, hot lap. She's running, Amy's running a sort of more traditional setup. She's got the drop bars and the kind of traditional track bike. So interesting to see how she matches up with the other ladies. There we go. She had no problems that time. Better to crash on your warm-up lap than the actual proper lap. Here we go. She's carrying some good speed. Let's see how she goes. Carrying that through to the finish line. That's a good effort by Amy. Next, we got Christine from the Fixed Beers race team. She's from Germany, but she lives in London. She likes the band Royal Blood, and her favourite song is Out of the Black. And she likes pizza after a race, which I think is something that a lot of people like after a race. I spotted that. It looked like she went off the track. Again, she looks okay. Nothing serious. Yeah, she's fine. Right, we've got Christine now just coming in for a sight lap. Christine raced in the last off the streets, so she's familiar with the track. Thanks for the feedback on the sound. Now I hear we've got it right, and thank you for the kind words with the commentary. I have to admit, this is the first time I've ever done it, so I'm just trying to keep myself loaded on coffee and keep chatting. So Christine has raced here before, so she's got the track dialed. She's got wide bars, which is a popular thing for a lot of people on these tracks. Where I think the logic is with wider bars, be able to have more control on corners. Personally, I prefer to use drops, but it's a personal thing, really. She's coming up now for a hot lap. She's got a drone following her at the moment. Shout out to our drone operator. He's the man. Christine is, I believe, has raced last man standing in Berlin. I think she might have done it. I think she did it this year. She went really well, so she's familiar with the go-kart format. She's ridden that solid. She's been smooth, no mistakes. She's digging deep now to the finish line. Here we go. Still being followed by that drone. That was good effort, Christine. Next we got Hayley White. She's from Velo Posse. She's from London, Surrey. She likes One Night Might Live, Little Sims. Again, I'll show my age. I've never heard of these people, but I'm sure they're very cool. Hayley's rocking a traditional crit setup there. She's got drops. So this is Hayley's first time to do this event. She looked to have the track dialed earlier when they were doing their warm-ups. She looks like she's running quite a nice spinny gear as well, so she wants to get on top of that, and spinning is winning. We've already got quite a few people who are lining the perimeter of the track, watching the event. Shout out to you guys. Unfortunately, because of the current situation, we've had to run this event closed doors. But we really, really appreciate all the support from you guys who have tuned in on the live streaming, as well as the people outside the track. We promise that when our events in the future, as soon as we can, it's open to all, and it's going to be a festival of cycling, food, and music. So Hayley's on a fast lap now. She looked as though she went a little bit hot on that first corner, and she was able to correct her line. She's in flow now. There we go. She's taken that very well, that S bend. So you can get some real good speed now. Once you got that S bend out the way, you can build up quite a bit of speed, and you want to carry it all the way around. You don't really need to brake coming around to the finish line. This corner here can be a little bit tight, but she's taken that beautifully. That's a nice lap. That's a good effort. So we have equal prize money for the male and the female, because we believe that it shouldn't even be a discussion, but these things should be standard in all sporting events. So we're very, very keen to make sure that we encourage the females as much as the men. It's 2020, isn't it? So we now got Charlotte Head. She rides for One Life Cycle. She's a messenger. She's part of the Mess fam, and she's been putting in the work. She's improved immensely the last few months. She's incredibly dedicated, and she's an asset to One Life Cycle. She's just cruising around at the moment. She's pretty familiar with the track. Yeah, she's gone for a traditional crit setup with the drop bars and the track bike. Yeah, she's just cruising around, getting a feel for the conditions. So Charlotte actually came third in the previous round. She's originally from Birmingham. And her post-race snack, she likes peanut butter on toast. It's a very good post-ride snack. But Charlotte's looking smooth. She's got some good speed here. Let's see how she goes on this S-bend. She's took that very, very well. She took that brilliantly. So here we go. Hammer down. Charlotte took quite a nasty fall. I mean, she was okay, but she took quite a nasty fall on that S-bend in the last race, in the last series. So it's nice to see her come back and be on top of it this time. That's a very good effort. Right, next up, we got Rebecca Gregson. Rebecca's another One Life Cycle rider. She's from Preston. So big ups for coming down. She previously came second in the last round. She's got excellent music taste. I actually know who this band is, the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Can't Stop. Her post-ride snack's a cinnamon roll. Who doesn't love a cinnamon roll? So Rebecca is pretty familiar with the track as well, having raced here before. Again, she's got another traditional crit setup with drops. So this S-bend, you got two kind of ways to approach it. You can either come in pretty hot and do some last minute skidding or hop skids as you come into it, or you can come in control of your speed. Either works, but really it's best to be smooth, so you can keep that momentum going. So she's onto a hot lap now. She's taken that first corner very well, giving herself enough space where she can get down and start putting the hammer down and carrying that speed. Yeah, nicely taken on the S-bend. So that's it. Put the hammer down now. That looks a good effort from Rebecca. Excellent. I'm looking forward to seeing these times. So we've had a question, when are the wheelie racing, when's that starting? It's going to start at 11:50 or thereabouts. Stay tuned. Now we got Sasha Hulsey. Sasha's from One Life Cycle, and she's the final rider for the ladies fixed. She won. She's the reigning champion from the last race. She likes chocolate milk after a race. I think a combination of a cinnamon bun and a chocolate milk would be my choice of post-race snack. And she's gone as well with a traditional crit setup of drops. It's purely a personal preference. Yes, Sasha's just cruising around now, just weighing up the conditions. We've been blessed with the weather today. It's been dry since all night, I think. So there wasn't any surface water on the track this morning. It dried up pretty quickly. Sasha's a very strong rider. She's got good poker face as well. It's an excellent line on that first corner. So you can build up some nice speed as you come up into the S bend. You'll see now she's just beginning to just slow down to get it lined up for the S. There we go. So all eyes are on Sasha, the reigning champion. I think she's looking as though she's going to do a good time here. That's a good effort. So there we have the ladies have completed. I'll get some times and then I'll be able to relay that to you guys. All right, so we got the times from the ladies fixed. In first place, we got Hayley. She did a 47.72. Second place, we got Kitty with a 47.87. Third, we got Taylor with 48.06. Fourth, we've got Charlotte with 48.19. Fifth, we got Rebecca with 48.25. Sixth, we got Amy with 50.10. Seventh, we've got Sasha with 50.56. And eighth, we've got Christine with 51.28. So a few surprises in there, but some nice times by the ladies there. It's a nice work from Hayley coming in with the 47.72. So we got I have an assistant now who's arrived. He's going to come and join me on the commentary. How you going?
Right.
Welcome. What is your name, young man?
Oscar Nilsson Julian.
There's the camera there. Thank you for coming down.
No worries.
So, what's your first initial thoughts about this setup?
I want to race a go-kart. That's immediately what I see. I've heard some people have crashed already as well. So that's quite exciting as well. I mean, how's it been so far?
It's been all right. Yeah. There's been a couple of people that have taken a tumble, but luckily it's been in just in the heat. Actually, not in the heat. Sorry, in the in the sighting lap. So what we've got here, we've had the male and the female hot laps, which is where they basically get to lay down a fast lap. It's a nice opportunity as well, where each rider gets their moment in the spotlight, which is good. So for the people out there that who don't know who you are, I know who you are, but if you would like to give a background on what where you're from and who you ride for and what you do, that would be fantastic.
So I'm from North London, from Camden. So Camden. So I got lost on the way here about 50 times. I ride for GB on the academy, under 23s. I'm moving to Manchester next year, and hopefully compete at European Championships, World Championships, on the track, on the road.
Nah, it's low.
And try and be world champion.
He's changing.
That's it for people watching. Don't set the bar low. If you want to become pro, world champion. So I commend you for that attitude. So do you think yourself as more of like a track rider or a road rider, or are you keeping your options open as far as that's concerned?
I think a lot of people would say I'm more of a track rider because I've mostly won all my medals on the track. So yeah, I'd say I'm more of a track rider, but I'd love to see what I can do on the road as well. That'd be amazing.
I think we need to get you as well off the streets. We need to get you down on one of these races. See how your technical skills are, because you guys generally just turn left.
Yeah, we usually just turn left and that's it. We don't no skills involved, just a lot of power. Yeah.
Well, I think it's a bit unfair to say there's no skills involved.
There's a little bit of skill, especially in like different races, but not what these guys are doing today. The wheelie guys and stuff. Yeah.
We got the wheelie race coming up next, actually. Well, not the race, but the hot laps. So yeah, we're pretty pumped to be able to give these guys a platform where they can flex their skills, away from the dangers of the streets. Can you wheelie?
I can't. I'm going to learn to now that I'm here, but I can't right now. No, I'm not the skillful rider.
Well, it's just practice, though, isn't it? That's what it's about. So yeah, we got
Who's the favourite?
Well, I would say it's between two people. Not taking anything away from the other guys because they're all awesome riders. But there's a guy called Jake 100 and there's a guy called RJ who he's able to lay it down. He's pretty fast. So it's going to be interesting to see, actually. Kizzy, who was the last champion in the last Off the Streets, he can't be here today, unfortunately. But I think we'll definitely see him again at another race in the future. But for today, I would say it's between Jake 100 and RJ. We've got Little Harry here as well.
Right, so I'll put the money on Jake 100, and you put the money on EJ as well.
Yeah, I'm cool to put. Let's put what, £1,000.
Yeah, 1,000. We'll go small first, and then put it higher as they get closer to the event.
Yeah, exactly.
So they're off now then.
Yeah, we got Little Harry coming up first. Little Harry, he's not so little. No, he's not as little as he was when he first started, but he came 5th in the previous round. He's 18 years old. He's from London. And he likes Marvelous Creations, the chocolates, as a post-ride snack.
Yeah, it's a weird post-ride snack, but it's not a bad post-ride snack either. Bit of sugar.
Do you have a post-ride snack?
I just have a post-ride meal, I'm pretty sure, every time. Whatever I can eat after a ride.
That's the problem with me personally, is I like food too much. So I'm on a diet pretty much 24/7. But yeah, I'd get into shape and then I'd do a Ricky Hatton and then I'd like blow up my weight afterwards and then spend the rest of the time trying to get back in shape. But anyway, we got Little Harry now.
About to start,
yeah, he's cruising around.
He's all stressed now. He's shaking a little bit.
But he's wearing a jacket.
He's not cold. He's not cold, that's for sure. So he's not going to struggle with shake. Oh, there we go. He's off. He's right off. It's a good start. Can you hold it for the entire lap?
Well, that's the thing.
Is that the easy part?
Well, I wouldn't say it's easy, but there's basically, yeah. I mean, all I know is that they got to keep that front wheel when it stops spinning. It makes it a lot more difficult for them to be able to keep the balance. See, as he's going around this S bend, it's quite a technical corner, and there's a lot of different skill sets you're having to bring in going around there. But I mean, this is the first time you've seen it live. I mean, what are your initial reactions?
I mean, these guys have clearly got a lot of skills. I just wonder how they put in the power out. How are they getting? Look at the way he just sprints into the last straight. It's quite impressive how easy he's making it look right now.
Well, this is the thing. These guys just make it easy, don't they? And I think it's gear selection as well. I think there's, apart from while they're wheeling, they're changing the gears as well, so that it's not too hard a cadence on corners. But I think that was a good effort there by Little Harry. So we've had a couple of changes on the lineups today with this category. So I'm going to be calling it as I see it. So I'm not actually 100% sure who's coming up next. So when did you start cycling? How did you get into cycling?
I got into cycling in Herne Hill, the little track in South London. And my dad took me down there pretty much as often as he wanted. And we just rode the holiday clubs, all the kids. Everyone just races against each other all day. You got the coaches and you can go out for lunch and get your food. And it's sort of like you want to race and you want to ride with these people. And then I saw bigger riders like, I don't know if you heard of Fred Wright, Ethan Hayter, these pro riders now who are riding there. I wanted to beat them. I wanted to be as good as them, and so I kept on training. And yeah, maybe.
Well, it's you obviously have the genetics, which is a big part of it. If you're blessed with that, but it's all up here, isn't it? Being able to be consistent with your training and things. And I also think it's very important. Psychology is a big part of it. It's also about not taking yourself too serious, having a laugh.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, this year, especially lockdown, everyone's been sort of saying you've got to take time off, you've got to enjoy life a bit more, because you can't go on rides all the time on your own. You've got to try and work something out. Yeah, it definitely takes a toll on yourself, training hard all the time, yeah.
I think for a lot of pro cyclists, it's trying to find that balance because you don't essentially want to lose the joy of riding, do you? You want there to always be that excitement. But I think it's a difficult one to kind of find that balance. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, definitely. So I think if you look at a lot of pros on the TV, they struggle with sort of being alone, living abroad on their own. It's quite difficult and different to how they grew up. not everyone, cycling's very special like that. You don't have any other sports where you move away to live on your own or with a team.
No, that's it. And I think for a lot, we got Kamal riding now. So yeah, just cruising around. Kamal was a late addition. Unfortunately, a couple of the lads got stuck on their car broke down on the motorway. They were coming down from Birmingham. So, but shout out to you guys. Like, thank you, for trying to get down here. But don't worry, we'll have plenty of other stuff going on. So there'll be plenty more time for you guys to be involved in the future.
Where do the best wheelie guys come from? Where the best guys come from? Up north or?
To be honest, it's a pretty healthy scene all over the UK and all over the world, really. But I mean, a lot of the main players come from London, but there's little crews from different cities, much like there is with the fixed gear scene. With like a lot of stuff over down, it's all been DIY, do-it-yourself type racing, and these guys are very much part of that.
He's got a lot of speed there. He's gone straight into a full-on sprint.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think you want to be careful not to. Oh dear,
Yeah,
it's all right. It's okay. He's regained his composure. Just keep that wheel up. But the thing is they do make it look easy, but I think it is a lot harder than it actually looks.
A lot of hard work going with the arms all the time. You'll hit the gym a bit, I think.
Well, I don't know. I think it's just been out riding, isn't it, on the street? Just there. Yeah, he's battling a little bit. I think Kamal forgot to put his game face on. I think he wasn't quite prepared mentally but he's pulling it together now. He's working hard. There we go. What do you think of the drone we got going?
That's sick. Who's in control of it? Is it Calvin or?
No, it's not Calvin. Calvin's doing about 24 million other things. No, it's I actually don't know the fella's name, but he's controlling it. Just sat down in front. You see him down there?
Pretty awesome.
Yeah, so he's got like these sort of. It's like he's come from the future, like some 3D kind of goggles on, so he can watch. Yeah, I think these drones are amazing.
Next time we get a helicopter down, right? Next up, yeah.
Yeah, helicopter. That would create some good footage. So yeah, just waiting to see. I think it might be RJ up next. Yeah, it looks like it might be. So the way we've done the formats is we've tried to keep it moving, make sure that people, because a lot of the time when you go to a race, you kind of just sat around for a lot of it, as you know. Whereas we've just tried to keep it really kind of constantly moving. So yeah. We got. Do you want a coffee? We got some Hay coffee over there. You a coffee drinker?
I am, but I'm fine for now.
All right, we'll get you some coffee at one point, but it's good coffee.
There we go. Let's warm up that.
So if you just call it for a second, I'm just nipping somewhere. I'll be back in 1 second.
Alright, here we go. Finishing his warm-up lap. I have no clue how good he is, but I'm sure he's much better than I am. Let's see what he does. He's going to start sprinting to bring that speed up so he can get straight into his first wheelie. There you go, he looks pretty happy, he's smiling a lot. He's clearly quite confident.
Yeah, it looks like he's having a bit of fun out there. This is Trad. He's 18. He's actually from Ohio in the USA. I didn't know that. And he's got an awesome post-race snack. Double cheeseburger.
That's good. That's a nice type of post-race snack. I'd definitely have a double cheeseburger. I don't know where he gets it from, But if he's got a post like a double cheeseburger at home waiting for him every time, then that's pretty good. Pretty good planning, actually.
It's actually, I actually want. I think I'm going to end up going home today and just having a lot of post-ride snacks. A double cheeseburger might be in the mix. But yeah, he's holding some good speed. He's
He's never really dropped it. He's held it pretty much the whole way around. He's never had a minute of sort of, lost
uncertainty.
Yeah, uncertainty, exactly. He's sort of smiled the whole way through, and he's pretty on it, actually. I'm sure this will be a solid time for the day. Yeah.
He's rocking the number 23, a la Michael Jordan. That was a good effort by Trad.
Are you going to be racing today then? Are we going to see a bit of you on track or?
No, I'm not racing today. I'm currently riding and training a lot to get back in shape for next year because, as you were saying, this year's been pretty weird. But yeah, no, I'll definitely be throwing my hat in the ring next year at a few races. But because kind of where I'm involved in putting all of this on, I kind of am quite busy. So I don't. If I were to race, I don't know if I could cope with the stress right now. If I'm honest.
Yeah, I've seen. You've been racing. No, you haven't been racing them, but you've done the sort of fixie races across.
Yeah, I've been doing alley cats.
They're pretty awesome.
Yeah, I've been.
You say you don't race, but that's still pretty good.
No, I'm still out there, but but there's a difference between kind of hacking around doing an alley cat and racing something where you actually need to be properly in shape. Yeah, but no, I've been around the country this year, been to Cardiff and been to Liverpool. There's a really nice community and sort of street racing scene in the UK that's building. So it's great to be part of that. And it's always fun to get out and hold on to some cars and spin around. So we got the man Jake 100. Yeah. So he's he knows the track. He knows what he needs to do. But Jake's one to watch.
He's got a lot of speed. Yeah, he's carrying a lot of speed into his wheel. He's taking the corner really well. Here we go, straight off.
So Jake is he's got speed to burn, and one of his favourite tricks is, well, I think it is his favourite trick actually, is a manual, which means when you're going down a steep hill with your feet off the pedals, pulling a wheelie. So Jake's
pretty nervous going past RJ there. He seemed a bit sort of scared, I think. I mean,
I don't know whether he's scared, but there's some you could cut the tension with a knife.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, he's not even looking at him right now. I think RJ's in the zone, he's getting that strap. He's getting that strap perfectly tight. There we go, he's off for his warm-up lap. George giving him a bit of a encouragement there.
Possibly, or he might have took the piss out of him.
Maybe.
Because George does like to do that.
Because everyone else takes the piss out of him, so he has to give some back.
Yeah, I think that's yeah, exactly. I mean, if you're gonna dish it out, you got to be able to take it.
RJ's on his phone. He's just checking Snapchat
On Tinder.
On Tinder as well.
He swiped left.
He's getting a lot of attention right now. He's on TV, saying, "Mum, check the TV, Mum. I'm on TV." In the zone. He's really in the zone. He's following that go-kart, checking those lines. He doesn't look nervous at all. Just in the zone, ready. He's ready for it, really.
He's got speed to burn, RJ. A lot of speed to burn.
He's come into it a bit slowly into that last straight, so he must be about to start to pick up some speed. There we go. Last straight.
So yeah, as we were saying, RJ's got speed to burn. He's looking very comfortable here. We've got the drone in action again behind his head. But yeah, he's looking good, isn't he?
Yeah, RJ, he's not going straight around that hairpin quite easily, actually. Coming out of it, perfect line. He's never struggled with the lines at all. He knows exactly where to go. Here we go, coming into pretty much the last straight, carrying all that speed, still pedaling, taking it easy for him, really. I think he's not looking as fast as Jake 100, but not far off. Wow, and over the finish line.
Yeah, that was a good effort. He's very smooth. He's got a smooth style, RJ. It's nice to watch. So we've got quite a crowd over there in the skate park, haven't we? Quite a few people turning up. We've got fire engines in the background. It's kind of a bit of a standard fire engines and police engines, sirens.
London. Yeah, fire engines, police. It's normal, isn't it? It's part of London.
So we got the wheelie crew here. We got Jake bossing it. It's probably talking smack, telling RJ, listen, man, I don't know whether you went round as fast as me. And RJ's like, yeah, bruv, I'm just saving myself for the finals, man. You go out and blast it.
He looks away in fear. Can't look RJ in the eyes. RJ's just chatting to his mates, but Jake is right now just completely worried, doesn't know what to say, looking into the distance. It's kind of a bit sad almost, but
it's the tension's palpable. Let's have a look at these times. So we got some. You want. Right. Well, you want to. Oh my goodness. Excellent. So, in joint first with 50.03, which is on a back wheel, is fast. We got Jake 100 and RJ equal top times. So this is gearing up to be something quite salty, isn't it?
That's incredible. Both exactly the same times. What's funny about this, Jake actually looked less in control, but maybe that made him look a lot faster as well. Whereas RJ looked very smooth, but just sort of didn't look as fast. Oh, here we go.
And then we got
Booyakasha.
George with the insightful comments as usual.
Exactly. We know we can count on George for bringing in some good chat. And we got Trad with 56.15. And then we got Kamal with this is confusing. We really right. Oh, 5-second penalty. I see. So then with fourth we've got Little Harry with 57.19.
Good ride.
And then we got Kamal in last. He actually unfortunately has a 5-second penalty because he dropped his front wheel, but he came through with 1 minute and 6 seconds and 87. So yeah, but it's I think the fact that both Jake and RJ I think they were very good rides, and it's shaping up to be let's say salty. That's as we're talking about this tension between these guys, it's been building all week. Last week the race was cancelled because of the weather, so it gave them another week where I don't even think RJ and Jake have been talking to each other this week. It's been that salty.
I mean, I've had it too where you have someone your biggest rival, right? You just don't want to see them. The first word you say something's gonna pop up when you say it.
So when you're racing, do you get into a bit of mind games with your competitors? Did you just give them a look when you walk past, sort of look them up and down, and then sort of chuckle, or do you just whisper something under your breath?
I've done it a few times in sort of races in the bunch and stuff when there's bigger groups. When you feel good. And you look at the others and all their faces, just pain faces. And you look at them and you think, I feel good right now. This is it. And you're about to attack and you just know they're in the hurt. Yeah, definitely.
I think that for me is kind of one of the highlights when you cycle is when you know that other people are hurting and you're not. Unfortunately, I haven't felt like that for quite a while. Usually I'm the one that's hurting. But yeah, cycling is all about suffering. There was, I think it was Greg LeMond that says you don't get, it doesn't get easier, you just get faster.
Yeah, of course. I mean, another good quote actually, from Lance, saying the only thing that got him up in the mornings was Ulrich, his main competitor. The guy came second every year. That's pretty impressive. So pretty much this week, the only thing getting Jake up has been RJ every morning, just thinking of him.
That's it. Rivalry. A lot of people think that if you play mind games or if you try and bring people down or whatever, that it's gonna affect them. But usually it just drives people on. So haters keep hating because it only fuels the fire.
So who have we got?
Yeah, well, because it's a live stream, we're able to talk to you guys. So send some questions, or if there's anything you want to ask us about the event, or anything, just ask and we'll happily answer. Someone says, looks like where's little Harry? Little Harry's out on the track, or not on the track. He's just by the side. But yeah, little Harry came in fourth. Saving it for the final, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, you can completely take that back and reverse the result in the final. So no stress at all for Harry. I mean, he looks pretty confident right now. He's smiling. He's chilling. Yeah, nice and easy.
Yeah, so we got the guys just at the moment with a bit of a timeout for the moment. Next, we're just having we're having a break at the minute. So yeah, it's good now to ask questions. So, did you guys do this stuff recently? Off the Streets was born during lockdown in the UK. Obviously, a lot of races have been cancelled. So we put our heads together, a group of us, and we were like, how can we create an event that essentially can function and run during these strange times, and that's how Off the Streets was born. But ultimately, it's about giving these riders a safe place to express themselves on a safe environment, on a go-kart track or various other courses that we'll do in the future.
Here we got Alec Briggs, probably the fixie crit favourite coming here.
Yeah, we're doing a live stream, so welcome, Alec. Yeah, good, man. You look smooth. I think you got the fastest time. Let's have a look.
Still recovering from track league, of course.
Yeah, off the kick on my arse in track league.
Yeah, you did a 41.19, which I think that might be it. Yeah. Yeah. I did, but it was beaten by Tom by like something silly. But yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunately if it has any surface water on the track because of the line markings, it's incredibly slippery. So it's not, if there's any water on the track, you can't really run the event, you know.
And there was like water in all the right places, and I was like, man, these lines are not going to be cool. But it did the qualifying lap. It was all dry.
You've got the track pretty dialed. I mean, I know you haven't ridden it a huge amount, but yeah, you seem to have it pretty dialed, and you're relaxed. I think that's the key with races, to try and stay as relaxed as possible. But I think with the formats that we're doing, we're trying to keep it fresh and exciting, and we're also trying to keep the vibes high, because a lot of the time, you know, when you're at a race, you just can get caught in your own head.
I'm looking forward to this four up in the final. That's going to be awesome, because you know the first lap's going to be carnage. No one wants to be third or fourth wheel. That's the danger zone. And it's like, is everyone going to make a mistake and cause a big kerfuffle when someone gets away, or is everyone going to be like really cautious? You just don't know. I'm quite excited, actually.
Yeah, I think it's going to be. Shout out to George Mew Jensen and Jake for the formats. Those guys have brought it all together, and yeah, it's exciting because there's lots of opportunities for us to bring new and exciting elements to the race. You know, like BMX and stuff like that. So. Yeah. No, we're basically currently putting together a national series next year. I'll tell you some more off camera, because I don't want people to know what's up our sleeve, but I'll tell you later. If we're talking about the fixed gear, I think that Alec, the race favourite for the male is Alec. Okay, he's right. He says we're wrong, but
yeah, I mean, he's not very confident clearly. So I think maybe he's going to be taking those corners a bit with the brakes on. I think this attitude here, I think you're not going to get very far. But we don't know. I mean, there's not big gaps. It's maybe second gap to the second place, less than a second. So if Alec is not on the front, the others could quite easily put pressure on. And who knows? Alec might be taking certain corners worse than others. You don't know, but. It'll definitely be very close. Yeah,
it's going to be an interesting final, because, like Alec was saying earlier, anything can happen. But ultimately, it's just about having a laugh. But for saying that, there's 250 quid, man. Do you know what I mean? Like, I mean, you're not going to complain about that. A big shout out, massive shout out to RA Groups for coming through with that money for the prize for the male and female fix. Really appreciate that. It's from our perspective to be able to offer these guys some cash as a prize. It's wicked. So we appreciate that. With the ladies, we see you later. So with the ladies, we got Hayley had the fastest time. So I don't know like who possibly could be I mean, Sasha won it last time. She came through in 7th place in the heat. So maybe she's holding back for the final. But I would say if I had to put money on it, I'd say Sasha. But I don't know. I think big question mark with the ladies who could possibly be the winner there. And then with the wheelies, we're looking at either RJ or Jake 100 in our opinion. Yeah, here he is. How you going, Jake?
How's it going? How's it going? I heard I'm tied first right now.
Tied first, RJ.
Oh.
You got exactly the same time. So yeah, will we do this again? Yes, we will, and we're going to be doing. We're going to currently putting together a UK series next year, but I want to give Jake a shout out now. Jake's a part of the team that put this on, and he's the guy that came up with the formats, and he will be creating more formats in the future for the wheelie guys. And from our perspective, it's just amazing to be able to give all of these talented riders a platform where they can flex. And we're very excited about this, aren't we, Jake?
Yeah, man, I'm super hyped. Like, for it to go this well in the first 2 events, like, it only shows what's about to happen in next year. Like, I'm just hyped for next year. Like, this just feels like a little warm up right now. Like, next year, whee!
Exactly. The fact that I was telling the guys watching earlier that we put this together during lockdown. It's been born out of lockdown, and for us to have these sponsors, but it's amazing. But we have such a good team of people that are behind this. There's 5 of us, and we're coming at it with really good energy, and we just want to create something that, from a riding perspective, is fun, is great to watch, and something that's unique. But also, there's a big social side of what we're doing, and we'll be announcing those things this week with apprenticeships and things like that for people. So this is a massive project. It's got a huge amount of potential, and we're going to essentially be bringing. It's going to be like a traveling circus. I think that would be the way to describe it, coming at you with cycling and music and food. And 2021, we know 2020 has been bullshit, to be honest. So we're coming in hard next year, and we're going to be, coming around the country and putting these races on. So I hope that answers the question. And you can feel the energy, like, from us. We're so hyped about this project. You have anything else to add, Jake?
Wait on 2021. It's about to go down.
It's going down. So, yeah.
That's how you win races. With an attitude like that, you just can't lose, can you?
It is. It's all psychological. I mean, you got to put that work in when you're not training, but a big part of it's mental, isn't it? There's a lot of energy that you can waste with stress and that, and at the end of the day, you're just riding your bike. And Jermaine Burton. So Jermaine, shout out Jermaine if you're having a listen. Yeah, legend. So Jermaine, I started the Team One Life Cycle with Jermaine about 4 and a bit years ago, and I used to say to Jermaine when he rode, she who pedals fastest wins.
Jermaine was by miles. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, Jermaine. Yeah, I knew Jermaine from when he was 14, and used to go out and ride around we have this route that we do down sort of around Biggin Hill. And the first time I went out with him, he was riding a little fixie, and I was on a road bike, and he handed it to me, man. But yeah, great talent, a great guy, and it's brilliant to have him, involved with the team and with everything.
I think he was probably one of the biggest talents to come from London on the bike. He might have been ever, really. I mean, he obviously didn't go to the end, but in terms of where he was when he stopped, it was next level, really. Beating riders who are now world champs, top level of the sport, And
Yeah, I mean I think the thing is with kind of how we're approaching off the streets is we want it to be accessible for a lot of people, and with British cycling, with the current formats and the way it's set up for elite riders, if you don't make the cut, it's like where do you go from there? So hopefully this is what we're doing with off the streets. Opens out opportunities for people to flex, in a different type of way.
Hopefully we get some GB BMXers to come down a bit and do some racing. Well, I don't know all their names, but like Kai White and sort of these guys that big names in the UK scene as well, right?
Yeah, no, I mean we got BMX is a part of where we're wanting to take the racing in the future. Having BMX races, so yeah, if you're watching this and you race BMX, we're thinking of all types of disciplines of cycling.
Oh, yeah.
And here's George.
A race favourite for today, George.
Yeah, you're right. So I was just sorting out the. Have you already been through the results? Yeah. You've gone through it. You know who's won. Oh.
Yeah, we've gone through all that. So I guess what maybe people at home.
Oh, my head's gone.
So
Yeah.
basically, talk about the formats and how you come up with the format.
Just got me a bagel here. Everyone's qualified now. So the next round will be. Sorry. The next round will be knockout. So if you win this next round, you're through to the final. If you come second in this next round, you're through to the minor final. So just makes it exciting, and it gives people the chance to race a few times as well, because sometimes you turn up to these races and you do a couple of laps and you're out, and you've got to get a flight back home, and it's like a bit of a shame. But yeah, so yeah. Any more questions?
Yeah, just about the format, the thinking behind the format.
Oh, so the thinking behind the format, I was inspired by, for the qualification, flying 200 on the track. So you're flying 200 and you qualify, and then you're seeded into your match sprints. And it's a bit like the knockouts. Knockouts are match sprints because you then have to qualify for the final, and the final is going to be 4 versus 4. And yeah, like that's the thinking behind the format. We wanted to do something that's different and not like other racing, because sometimes, like, I mean, respect to all racing, but sometimes racing can be a bit boring sometimes when it's a little too long or a little too confusing, or we're just completely simplifying it and creating something different. Yeah.
Is there any reason you're not racing, George?
I'm actually ill at the minute, so I will be racing. I mean, I'm not got COVID, so
you're not ill.
Yeah, not ill. I'm not ill, just out of action. That's how I'd call it. Well,
next time.
Why are you not racing, Oscar?
I'm not racing because I haven't got the skills. I'd just be losing, yeah.
It's disgraceful. It's disgraceful. Anyway, we'll see him on the track next time, and he'll be doing the wheelie race, I think, with a fixie on his Conago track bike. Or is it still Conago?
Yeah, it's still Conago Flex.
Of course. Anyway, I'm going to leave you to it because I got to sort out the next races, but I've got to eat my bagel as well. But yeah, thank you everybody for watching, and it's going to be a good afternoon of racing. Nice, very nice.
Yeah, so we got any other questions from people that are watching? We got some time at the moment where not a lot's going on. People are having a break.
There's just some skills on the side of the go-kart track. Shame we can't show this, but they're just doing one wheel wheelies, tricks, jumps. They just make it look easy, don't they? So impressive.
So a couple of questions. The wheelie race, it was just a timed hot lap, and we had an equal top time of 50.03 seconds. That time was achieved by both Jake 100 and RJ. So those two guys came out on top, with Trad coming third, Little Harry 4th, and Kamal 5th. Someone else has asked, yeah, RJ and Jake, that's right. Someone else has asked, if you don't have a team, can you race? Yes, you can. Because of the current COVID restrictions in the UK, we've had to run this within those parameters. So I'm just laughing at a question. I'll answer that in a second. So we've had to run it within the parameters of COVID. So we've only been able to have a limited amount of riders, but it's going to be open to all. It doesn't matter if you have a club or you don't have a club. You don't need a British license or anything like that. So it's all part of our accessibility. I mean, that sounds good, doesn't it? I mean, you know, there's a lot of people that getting a license and all that, it's a pain in the proverbial, isn't it?
Yeah, I won't disagree with that. Obviously, I ride for British cycling, but I think, yeah, it's great that there's no barriers. You know, it's sort of just, you get into it, no teams, no license, anything. You join. It's sort of taking you back in time, right? You don't need to go through any of these complicated forms and stuff. It's just turn up and ride, or contact someone here and they'll sort it out for you.
Exactly, and that's what it's all about. So we had another question about a 40-plus age group next year. I mean, yeah, I don't know, maybe, but all I would say, Lee, is basically just enter. You know, don't
worry about your age. If you can get a time that's faster than your age, you're doing well. So
yeah, and I was the lap champ. I had the fastest lap. I think I got 41.29 or something like that. I'm 75, so yeah. So age, yeah.
Age is just a number. Yeah.
Can I actually employ you as my my sports psychologist?
Of course, yeah. I'll be at 24/7 for you to get you hyped for your races next year. Yeah, it's really just forget how old you are.
Yeah, age is just a number. And life begins at 40 anyway, Lee. We know. And geez, Lee, I didn't realise you were that getting on that age. I thought what? So anyway, hold on, just 1 sec. We're gonna have a break for 1 second. Hold on. Okay, so a couple more questions. People are asking where Ryan Taylor is. Ryan Taylor's not here, but I'm sure in the future you'll see him riding. Like we were saying earlier, there's going to be some BMX racing. I know Bibby. If you guys are into your BMX, Bibby's down here. He's knocking about somewhere. I think Jake's got him filming at the moment. Yeah, you can. Yeah, there's little Harry. There's little Harry. That answers that question.
All of them just for jokes, innit? They just completely they're part of the bike, aren't they? They just don't even, they get on it and they just, I don't know, it's like getting into bed, I guess.
Yeah, it's like anything. Like I kind of compare it to playing an instrument. If you can play an instrument, it gets to a point where at first obviously it's difficult, but then you pick up the skills and then it becomes instinctive, really, doesn't it? So people are asking what the youngest racer is. It's 16 and above our races. Just from a safety perspective, setting up the event on the fly, really, like we have done. We couldn't kind of cater to all ages, but again, down the line, wanting to create an atmosphere of all inclusivity. Can you say that? Inclusivity?
Yeah.
Thank you. And you're also going to be my speech therapist as well. My sports psychologist and my speech therapist. Yeah, we basically want to make it accessible for kids as well. But you know, you've only got certain amount of hours in the day, and trying to fit in the races that we do, it's yeah, like I said, we've just done this on the fly, really. So yeah, the wheelie guys take their front wheels off and ride without a front wheel, which it's kind of it's just new, you know. It's something that these guys, it's been born on the streets, you know, them riding around and being creative, and yeah, we got 5 minutes as well. But you can see the guys going around. You got RJ there and Trad. I mean, it takes a lot of confidence and skills to be able to ride without a front wheel, because if you drop that wheel, you're fire trucked.
There you go. Forks are going. Yeah, you won't be able to put a new wheel in. That's for sure.
Have you had a look at the mountain bikes that they use?
They seem pretty. They've modded them a bit, haven't they? They've changed the front rings, gone one by. I haven't seen the rest. Have you had a look? You've seen what they've.
Yeah, I mean they do. They're creating. They're basically modifying them so it's better for wheelie riding. They don't actually have a front brake, but if you think about it, it makes sense.
It makes sense, but I guess they're not riding anything apart from wheelies, right? So they go around town wheeling anyway, so they don't need that front brake.
Exactly. So they don't. When I first realised that, I was a bit surprised, but then when I thought about it, it makes perfect sense. But yeah, these bikes are always sort of being worked on and modified to basically be the best they can be for wheeling. When all the fixie riders were riding earlier, I was sort of giving the people who were watching, giving them a description of each of the bikes, and I was saying that a lot of the track guys are using sort of wider handlebars, and also like some of them are using 28 tires.
Yeah, I think if you're going for the perfect setup, what would you go for? Some 28s, nice wide tires, more grip, some road tires as well. Don't put the track tires on; you're going to slip out. And obviously, the track bikes are nice because you get that high crank set. Your pedals are less likely to touch the floor. I mean, if you're really going all out, you get some special pedals which had, more clearance. But I don't think anyone's that bothered about it in terms of putting that much money into it.
To be honest, yeah, I mean, generally a lot of these guys who are racing today come from a fixed crit background, really. So they already have the track bikes with a higher bottom bracket. They're generally wearing cleats. But I think actually for our races you need to have cleats rather than straps. But if you haven't ridden with cleats before, it's a bit weird at first, but it's something you can pick up pretty quickly. But Hayden, who's riding, he's got the guy with the lumberjack top.
Yeah.
He's a New Zealand boy, and he actually he got involved. He was stood just at the side of the track at our first series, and just loved it and was like, "Can I come along and ride?" Which is pretty cool, isn't it?
That's awesome. You just get right into it. Hopefully, we have some people from the BMX tracks deciding to come in and maybe join the effort. Because if you can do BMX, you can probably do a mountain bike. You can probably wheelie. You can probably use a fixie. So,
well, we're going to have. I was saying earlier, we're going to have a BMX category going forwards, because BMX is rad. it's fun. So, but there's one thing that that's really kind of beginning to grow and take shape in London, is there's a brewery down in South London called Hop Kingdom, and the guys that run that are all ex-professional skateboarders. Wow. But they've gotten into riding fixed gear, and it's so exciting. It's like on a Friday night you go down there and it's just full of skateboarders and fixie riders. You've got people who are into it who like riding fast. You've got other people who are into it who like pulling tricks on a fixie. So it's a really nice, healthy scene that's developing in the UK here, and it's the same all over the world. A lot of stuff going on, in different cities around the world. So hopefully, this sort of event, we can inspire people in other countries to do similar sort of things. But yeah, it's fun. It's just good to see everyone enjoying themselves.
hopefully maybe some other people pick up on it as well. Obviously, you'll do. Hopefully, you've said a little snippet of maybe a national series, something like that. Hopefully, that picks up, and maybe some other people in different countries will start to do stuff like this because it's grassroots, isn't it? It's not. You don't need. I mean, I'm maybe talking a bit of privilege here, but you don't need that much money to get into it. You just need a bike, a fixie, or a mountain bike, and that's it. And then you're straight into the sport.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is grassroots, and you don't need a license to race. You don't need a team. You can just turn up as long as you got the right equipment. And like you're saying, Oscar, is it's not expensive to get a track bike. Okay, and look, I'm getting a thumbs up from the boss man, Mr. George Mew Jensen, that we're about to start the. What do we got here, Oscar? What's going on? We got the men's knockouts.
Here we go. Four different races. 4 different men's knockout races. I'm not exactly sure who we've got in each race.
We don't, but we can call. We got first up. We got Alec
Briggs.
Yeah, Alec Briggs.
And the lumberjack.
And the lumberjack, Mr. Hayden. Yeah, we got Hayden.
Mariah Carey.
So we got Hayden, Isaacson, and Alec Briggs. We got a different format now. You'll see the guys are lining up.
Alec has decided to dress up in his Levi's jacket, Levi's trousers. Just an odd look for Alec. Usually stuck in his very tight lycra. So I'm sure he's a bit outside of his comfort zones right now.
I would disagree. I think he's in his comfort zone. I think we got the fist pump, but I think he's very comfortable wearing the casual.
Oh, that's it.
Hayden struggled to clip in there, but
he's on the wheel. He's not that far. Maybe a tenth of a second behind Alec.
I think Alec's gonna just ride nice and smooth.
He's gonna make sure he can't come around him. He's gonna ride aggressively, try and take up space on the track. Make sure that going into each turn, he blocks the lumberjack from getting around.
Yeah, it's essentially a one-line track, and as Oscar's saying, Alec is riding a defensive line, and Hayden's on his wheel.
Hayden's still there. Hayden's still present, and we come into pretty much the last straight. I think Hayden's gonna have to give a nice go to try and think about starting to go around.
Well, good, Alec. Yeah, Alec's controlling that. There's a couple of laps to go. So we just got Alec just riding a nice sort of defensive line, saving himself for the finals, I'd say, making sure he doesn't do anything too crazy. He's showing his experience here, and I'll tell you, I'm pretty impressed by Hayden's ride. He just coming into that corner with a nice skid, bringing a little bit of the old street style into the race.
I'd say actually Alec's doing quite a good job, obviously, of sort of putting the brakes on before the corners to put Hayden under a bit of pressure to sort of be on it a bit more and maybe slow down to avoid going right into Alec. I think it's good. He's making sure that Hayden doesn't have that space to run into, that gap rush. Here we go.
So we got the last lap. So I reckon Alec's going to put the hammer down now. Here we go. He's going to open it up. He's just got a bit more acceleration out of those corners than what Hayden has got. But Hayden's riding a really nice race here. He's done himself proud coming into that S bend.
Hayden looks comfortable. He's not under too much stress. It's almost like he's trying to think of where he's going to hit him. But I think it seems like Alec's got it under control at the moment, going into pretty much the last straights right now. Looking back, Hayden's giving it a go. He's trying to get the saddle.
No, it's an awesome effort by Hayden. He's kept Alec really. Oh dear. But do you know what? Like, I mean, he looks fine. He's okay, thankfully. But like, listen, if you that is commitment. If you're gonna try and take that W, you got to come out with some gnarly moves. But that was a nice race. He kept Alec honest throughout there. So big kudos.
Okay. He seems all right. No
he's
bruises
fine. Yeah, he's fine.
Landed softly on the grass. Don't worry, guys. He's all fine. It was actually quite a nice front flip as well. Quite a bit of a spectacle. Yeah, good to see people really pushing the limits there. I mean,
that was brilliant. That was great. That was good fun.
Awesome.
I mean, I want. Hey, get Hayden. Hayden, we'll have a quick chat with him. Hayden, come in. So, hey, I'm going to get Hayden to talk. Yeah, we'll get Hayden. Hayden will. First of all, well done on keeping Alec honest. But just talk us through how you sent it over the tyres there.
Well, I tried to bunny hop when I realised I couldn't slow down. I think I was going too fast, and I ran out of talent. So yeah, I'm not very good at that.
I mean, you were pretty comfortable on Alec's wheels the first couple laps. I mean, at what point did you think, oh shit, I need to? Because obviously, at last corner you were thinking, I have to give it a last go. What were you thinking going into that corner, sort of?
I wanted to be in that position at the other side, so we could be neck and neck here. I was a bit far behind, so I just thought if I pressured him, maybe he'd slide out. Turns out I ran out of talent before he did, and yeah, that was good fun.
Yeah, that was awesome, Ryan. Well done, yeah, congrats.
Yeah, I think he's been a bit hard on himself. I thought he rode really well, and he can put today down to experience. And
he's pretty high on life at the moment as well. He's got that adrenaline rush.
Yeah, I guess if you want to feel if you want to get a bit of excitement, just ride as fast as you can at a bunch of tires, and then do an eject and leap over it. So I think we've got some good content there.
Good guts as well, that guy. He really, I mean, good strong body as well.
It's because he's from Southern Hemisphere. We tend to be made of sterner stuff.
It's steel, really. Clearly, like I think the ground has a dent in it right now.
I'd say titanium, but so now we got Sam from One Life Cycle lining up. And he is racing Theo. This is going to be an interesting. Yeah, so Theo, I think it is Theo with the adorable dogs. He's right. Theo rides for Fixed Beers, and Sam rides for One Life Cycle. In the previous race, Alec rides for his team Techers, and Hayden is a free agent. So any teams watching out there, you want to create a team and hit Hayden up.
I'm pretty sure I've raced against Theo in a couple of track races at Herne Hill. He's clearly got the legs. He doesn't struggle at all in terms of keeping up with the bunch. But straight away we see an overtake. So clearly, something's wrong. Whoa. Somebody's pulled his wheel. I think Theo's pulled his wheel, and I don't know the other.
Sam
has obviously unclipped through that corner.
I actually think they're going to start again. Do you know what? Why not start again? I'd say let's start that race again. Unless he's going to walk off and he's going to keep walking. I don't know what.
In a bad mood.
I don't know. I think maybe do it again. That's what it looks like is going to happen. Yeah. Actually, no, he's not. He's walking off. I think we've knocked it on the. Oh, his shit. His wheel. Something about his wheel.
I think he just pulled his wheel. Now it's just stuck. It's rubbing against the frame, so he can't. He's gonna have to get a tool.
We got our boss man George. He's gonna sort. Let's have a. I'm sure we'll be able to sort it out. Ideally, we want people racing.
The crowd on the BMX. I mean, groups of 6, obviously, all social distancing, but a decent crowd watching.
There is a good crowd, and yeah, they all are, all in groups of 6. It's good to see that they're abiding by the government's guidelines.
Look at that, nice people. I mean, you got people behind them enjoying some BMX, and you got people enjoying our racing as well, which is so good. They get to see a bit of both. Yeah, I can't imagine there's many other places in London right now with this level of skills going on.
I guarantee there's nowhere anywhere in the UK that's going down. This is where it's at, off the streets at Mile End Revolution Karting. So now we got Tom from Fixed Beers race team, and we got
a couple of names coming up.
And we got George Sales from Project 51 race team.
All right, so here we go. They see both pretty. They're very on it. Okay, I've raced against the Project 51 George as well at Track League, another I mean, I think he's in the Bs. I'm not sure, but he's another competitive rider, very strong.
Yeah, he looks very pro. He's got the
Very
the pro setup there with the kit. Tom, who's riding with Fixed Beers on the right, he had the well, he's on the left in the camera. He had the fastest lap, which escapes me what that time was, but he was the fastest lap. And here we go.
Straight away,
See,
he's gone. He's taken it. Unlike Alec, he's really taken the race on from the gun. Alec, I think we all saw Alec take it quite sort of calm and composed, whereas Tom here is really laying the gas on, putting the pressure on George. Oof. But we've got a long way to go to that finish line, so you know, he might run out of puff or he might slip out. We never know.
well, this is it. In the lap, Tom slid out unfortunately in the final at the last race, so he's just took that S bend a little bit more cautiously than last time. But yeah, he's properly laying it down. I mean, to be honest, this is it. If you want to win this race, you got to go out and you got to be able to hold that tempo for the whole time. And he's managed to create quite a bit of a nice gap on George. But as you say, all it takes is one mistake for things to change.
I think obviously with Tom going at that speed, it's obviously getting into George's head as well, thinking, can I hold this speed? Because I mean, Tom looks naturally just like, no pressure, no. I mean, George is sort of just cruising. I think they almost just cruising.
I think he's maybe waving the white flag now, but it was a good effort by George.
I mean, great effort by Tom as well. I mean, I think it's a shame for George because Tom has ridden such a good ride. He's made George look like he's done a bad ride when he's ridden probably a lot faster than most of us would ever be able to.
Well, I think we just need to get you on the track, Oscar.
I'm not sure about that with people like Tom. I think I think he'd probably lap me actually with Tom.
I don't know if he'd lap you. Just put you on a super spinny gear 44-24 or something like that. All right, who we got up next? So I don't know whether I actually don't know what happened with that last race. The one where there was where it was stopped, where there was a technical issue with the bike. I think they're working on fixing it now. What can you see, Oscar? Can you see what's going on?
I can't see Theo. If you can see Theo.
Yeah, he sat down, but I think we've got a couple of people working on the bikes over there.
The mechanics have come. We've called the pros. Although they're quite simple to fix, these bikes, but if people can't do it, they can't do it. So hopefully we'll be up and running soon.
I mean, I'm not going to take the mick out of anyone doing mechanics because I'm literally changing tires is an effort for me, if I'm honest. But you're right. Track bikes or fixed gear bikes are very easy. There's just one drivetrain. You don't have to worry about gears or shifters or brakes even. It's just a very simple method of cycling. And the good thing about these track bikes was actually it was born from couriers, I believe, in New York. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong on the comments, but I believe it started in New York with couriers using track bikes because ultimately it was more about the functionality and being able to not have to worry about, if it's wet, like putting new brake pads on and all those sorts of things. And as it turns out, people can't really get their heads around, how can you ride a track bike with no brake or fixed gear with no brakes on the street? Well, it's very, very easy. Right, we got Jonathan Cauldron, who rides for Cafeteros de Colombia, aka the Sprinting Sanchez, and he's riding against Edgars, who likes the Spice Girls.
He clearly likes the Spice Girls.
But I was saying earlier, we're talking about bikes, and he's got a rat bike, what you call a rat bike, which is like he's got 28 tires, a kind of beaten up sort of track frame with riser handlebars. But last time he was riding a more traditional kind of track bike, whereas this time he's gone for the rat bike. So
obviously Jonathan is another rider from Herne Hill. He's ridden that track league. He usually demolishes the field in his own races and usually wins by quite a handful amount. So let's see if he can do the same technically. I mean, straight away we've seen a gap open with Edgar, the Spice Girl. Okay.
The thing, I mean, it's the key with these races. You got to clip in fast. And that. I mean, I think Jonathan's gonna keep him honest here. This is looking a good race. But yeah, Edgars rode last time. He came fourth last time, so he knows the track. He's confident.
He's got very small gear on. He's gone for incredibly spinny gear.
Yeah.
I mean, in relative to Jonathan, it's you can see the cadence is just on different levels. So Jonathan is closing those gaps on the longer straights, whereas Edgar's really opening up through the corners with his small gear. He can kick out of the corner, look at that, and just opens up immediately a large gap, whereas Jonathan has to really go quite deep to close it. It's a great race so far.
This is a good race. This is Jonathan couldn't clip in at the beginning because I think it might have been a little bit tighter. But he's keeping Edgars honest. Edgars having to get out. I mean, I really don't know what gear ratio he's got, but he's definitely spinning to win here. But yeah, John, like a shark, he's hunting him down.
I mean, Jonathan just comes back every straight. He comes right back at him. I think being in the drops like that clearly seems to put him in a bit of a disadvantage. He seems quite uncomfortable going through those corners compared to Edgar. Okay, here we go. He kicks out of the corner again. Jonathan's still there as he looks back. It's quite scary for Edgar seeing him still there. And he tries to make that move on the inside. Oh, and rubs his rear wheel, and he can't hold it. And now it seems like Edgar is going to hold that gap to the end of the race. As Jonathan sprints to hold the wheel, he's still there. He keeps on fighting to the end. Edgar's spinning out. Jonathan is catching right now. He's about to close that gap. He's making it on the inside. Can he hold it? Oh, and he carried way too much speed there. Hopefully, Jonathan is okay. He's a fighter. So he carried a lot of speed into that corner and ultimately just hit the rear wheel of Edgar. So Edgar took that one. Jonathan is just getting up.
I think he's okay. But
fast crash, but
I think he's all right. He managed. Yeah, he's okay.
Drink a hedge coffee.
I think, yeah, I mean, fair play, like he did, and you know, racing is racing, and you got to be in it to win it, and he definitely was in it there. But I mean, thankfully he's okay. He's got a smile on his face.
This is it. It's part of racing. You crash. Everyone crashes. The pros crash. If you want to win races, you have to really be on that limit all the time. But it's good to see. Yeah, it's good to see him trying it. You know, it clearly matters a lot to him whether he wins or not, which is brilliant.
Exactly. Just bringing that attitude to the race. You know,
Calvin has found a dog.
Yeah, Calvin has found it. Seems to have a little dog.
He looks happy.
Yeah, he looks fine, doesn't he? He's okay. George, boss man.
Trying to take that GoPro off him. That's good. Nice bit of racing.
So we got the race that we got Sam and Theo back on. Looks like they fixed the problem with his bike. By the looks of it, it looked like maybe his rear wheel wasn't tightened up enough.
Yeah, clearly.
We've
all had that.
We have.
I've had it many times in a team pursuit, in a race situation. You pull your wheel, or a training situation, and you're just like, I have to go and fix it. It's a pain in the ass. But yeah.
Do you not have a travelling mechanic?
Actually, on all our camps, when we go to Manchester to the velodrome, we do all our mechanics ourselves. Well, not that it's difficult, but we change the gears ourselves and make sure that everything's all right. Sometimes I think now with different things, maybe the mechanics will pump our tires up. I think that's all you get.
I'd like my own personal mechanic and someone that would pump my tires up. But I've realised that those days are probably gone, and I won't have that. But maybe if there's anyone out there that wants to be my private mechanic,
DM us or George. Send in your applications. We want to see some video proof of how good you are at mechanics. So here they're off. They're off for their race. They're quite close. Sam is Sam looks so comfortable putting the speed into the corners, no worries. But Theo's sort of a bit hesitant almost.
Well, one thing I've noticed with Sam is last time he was riding with risers. This time he's got drop bars, so he's changed it up, and it looks as though he made the right decision because he's riding well here. I think Theo is gonna have to do well to come back here. Sam is like a metronome.
Sam is just
It's like
that low center of gravity with those bars. Clearly, he feels comfortable. Theo himself is not far off. It's just that little difference Sam's taken out of every corner as well as because being not on the wheel, he has to react that a little bit slower.
But yeah, Sam's looking strong. He can calm down now, and he can just keep it nice and smooth and bring it back through to the finish. Theo's riding hard. I like Theo's style. He gave it a little bit of a whip skid when he come into the corner back there. I like that.
Hopefully we don't see the same, or hopefully we do. I don't know. Hopefully we see some sort of send on that last corner from Theo. Try and give it all that speed on that last straight. Clearly, every lap we've seen the same move on that last corner. Hopefully someone can pull it off today. That'd be a
Theo with another whip skid. Loving your style, Theo. But yeah, Sam's ridden a good race. He's managed to, I think, just come in a little bit smoother and take better lines, and he's managed to gap Theo a little bit. But just happy that they were able to sort Theo's bike out and we could get this race going. Yeah, Sam just bringing it through now for the finish. Yeah, just save your energy, Sam. He's there. There we go. That was a good race.
I wonder what their times were in those. Actually, I wonder what all the times were. Knowing how hard you push yourself with someone else on the track. It's good though. They all look very comfortable.
Yeah, Sam. I'd say Sam's one of the guys that can give Alec a good race today.
Run for his money,
yeah, for sure. But Sam's rocking the skin suit, whereas Alec's rocking the Levi's. So
it's mind tricks, mind games. There clearly, he doesn't want to make it up. I mean, Alec's playing off that vibe. I'm just here. I don't really care. I'm just here to drink coffee, and I'm South Londoner. But Sam's here. I'm going to win that 250 quid. So it's mind games. Will they push each other to the limit? I don't know. I think that Alec's vibe is going to play off quite strongly on Sam in his tight lycra skin suit.
I reckon Sam should maybe just start trying to create some beef. Maybe try and get inside of Alec's head. Try and take him off his A game.
Definitely, I think Sam should criticize his Levi jeans or his watch or just his ginger beard. And anything to get.
Well, I mean,
not go there maybe.
No, I think that's cool. I like Alec's ginger beard. I'm gonna grow mine and then dye it ginger.
Clearly it works. He's a fast rider, so.
Well, that's what I thought. I thought if I have a ginger beard, maybe I'll be able to carry some of that Alec speed into my riding.
It's probably big disappointment. I grew up when I realized I couldn't grow a ginger beard. I think everyone's disappointed at one point they can't have a ginger beard.
Yeah, I guess it's one of those things you just got to kind of just live with and try and move on as quickly as you can.
So we got Francis Cade filming.
We have, yeah. Francis.
I don't know him personally, but I know he does pretty good videos on YouTube. Pretty impressive editing and stuff. A star, really, a cycling star.
Yeah, he creates awesome content, and it's been fantastic to have Francis come down and support the event and to document it. So yeah, thanks, Francis. It's great, and he's just chewing the fat with Calvin. They're probably talking about what camera lens you got, bruv. Oh yeah, I use this, and what speed do you use when you edit and stuff, all that
stuff. Calvin talk. He tries to get into that crowd. I think it's good. So it's like a little kid talking to his idol. Okay, so here we go. The first woman's.
So we got Christine, and I believe it might be. I'm just checking with we got Christine and Hayley, I believe, racing here, and it looks like Hayley's struggled to clip in. That Oscar, that is the key. You've got to clip in quick because if you can't clip in quick, if you get off in front of the other rider, it enables you to ride defensively, and you can make it very difficult for the rider behind to pass. But Hayley's managed to catch up to Christine quite quickly. She's just going to ride on a wheel and I think suss out some of her lines here.
Yeah, she's leaving a gap to rush. They're going through the hairpin. She wants to carry more speed out of it, maybe. I mean, she's right on the wheel. It's not like she's struggling. So if we see her open up a gap, it might be tactical more than legs or skills or anything. And here we go. She goes right through and she's made it around already. First lap. I think that's our first overtake.
Well, I would say, Christine, if you snooze, you lose. And Christine, she's smiling. That's cool. She's having fun.
Fine, do it. Overtake me now.
But exactly, Christine, get back on that wheel. Get back and watch Hayley's lines. Put her under pressure because you just do not know what can happen in this game.
Wow, impressive riding. Hayley doing well. Just cruising, really. I mean, Christine, I think, sort of, her smile has turned more of a sort of, I'm happy I'm here. Maybe instead of, I'm gonna beat her. I'm not gonna let her come around. Whereas Hayley is sort of in the zone, chilling in a fluo skin suit. She's clearly maybe opposite of Alec, really. You know, sort of different, really giving off different vibes.
Yeah, she's with her Velo Posse skin suit. She's bringing it with the loud vibes rather than trying to. The sort of reminds me kind of Fausto Coppi and the glasses that he used to wear back in the day. So we're on to the final lap. Christine's still pedaling hard, but I think Hayley's got quite a bit of an advantage on her now, and I think it's going to be difficult for Christine to bring this back. But fair play for exactly. But
a good first lap. When she was leading, she rode the aggressive line, made sure that Hayley couldn't get around. Unfortunately, Hayley just took one of those corners extremely well, left that gap to rush, and lined it up perfectly going into the last straight.
Yeah, and Hayley's now got the luxury where she can kind of cruise through. She doesn't need to do anything crazy. She's just bringing it around to the finish line, and that's a good result for Hayley. Christine's just cruising now, but every time you race, every time you have these experiences, you learn, and she'll be able to she'll know next time. She'll know next time what she needs to do. But we got to remember as well, I want to say this like in defense of all the people cycling. It's been a crazy time for all of us. And for a lot of people, we haven't been able to race and we haven't been able to train like we normally would. So, some people maybe not as race fit as they normally would be, but it's okay. I mean, it's great to see Christine riding with a smile on her face.
Yeah, we can't know what everyone's gone through and not down. I mean, most of us pretty privileged where we are to even be here today. So I think, no idea where.
Exactly, but it's just important. Like if you do ride bikes and you cycle, just keep getting out and cycling and just get that fresh air and some sun. That's it's important to get the goodness from the earth. Just get out there and stay fresh. So we got next.
Our drone.
Yeah, the drone operator.
Is that Jake going to do some wheelies for us?
We got Alex pulling wheelies out there now. I think Alex wanting to next time we might need to get him to enter every single event. But yeah, we got another race coming up here. We got Sasha from One Life Cycle, and we also have I think it's
Claire. As we scramble through our lists.
Yeah, we're just going through a list. I remember, I forgot, the name escapes me, but she's from Ontario in Canada. So she's from London, Ontario. Okay. I'll just check. If you just talk for us for a second, Oscar.
All right, so we're seeing two riders actually quite serious about this today. One's wearing a Velotech Aero skin suit, so she's gone for all the gains. The other rider is wearing some Rafa kit, a bit of a Rafa rider. It's probably a Regent's Park rider. So we've got Taylor Doyle from Cloud9 Cycles, I'm guessing against Sasha from One Life Cycle. So two pretty stylish riders wearing their, one's got a skin suit, one's got Rafa kit. They know how to dress and be a cool fixie rider, that's for sure.
Sasha with the Shoe Doctor socks.
Very cool.
Shout out to the Shoe Doctor. Thank you for your support. I've got my pair of socks in my bag. Oscar, can you pass me that bag and let me just if we can have the camera on me for a second. This bag here, it's a special edition from KZR. Taylor's smashing it. Like, I mean, to be honest, she's handing it to Sasha at the moment. Sasha needs to find her inner mongrel, if I'm honest. She needs to get angry or something. But
Sasha would give the men a run for their money.
Taylor's got quite a nice lead. And Sasha's beginning to put her head down here. Let's see if she can catch up. But Taylor's taking great lines. She's digging deep in the bits where you're not having to turn, and she's. I reckon Taylor might have taken this. I think
so. She looks so comfortable on the bike. She's taken that last turn, the one right in front of us here. She takes it incredibly comfortable. She's like pretty much on the limit of those tyres the last couple laps, and she comes into the finishing straight with one more lap to go. Sasha just trying to find her own pace, and she's got another final to do anyway, a minor final. So
I think maybe Sasha's now she's just keeping the legs going. But yeah, Taylor's come out hard, and she's handed it to Sasha. I'm not going to lie, she's ridden a great race here. She's beat the defending champion quite comfortably. But yeah, fair play. She's just cruising now. She's got a good gap on Sasha, and she's just going to cruise home and get the P's.
I think we're going to do next is have a Brompton race around this thing as well. Get all different types of stuff going. But yeah, that's a good race from Sasha and Taylor. Taylor dabbing over the line, questionable celebration. I'm not sure it's still acceptable in 2020, but we'll let her have it because of COVID. She can have that celebration.
We'll allow that, won't we, Oscar? Because she could have got DQ'd if it was normal circumstances. We would have probably DQ'd her for that. But
I think if it was an official race, you probably would have a time what's called a extra 5 seconds for that.
Yeah, and so basically Sasha would have won that race normally, but not today. But no, jokes aside, that was a fantastic ride by Taylor. I'm very impressed. But yeah, you mentioned Brompton bikes. There is scope to do those types of racing.
Anything a bit wacky, maybe like unicycle. Actually, it'd be the same as a wheelie, maybe sort of.
Yeah, in a way. But yeah, I mean, any type of bike racing on a technical circuit's fun. I think possibly penny farthings might be a little bit. Well, it'd be fun to watch, but maybe a little bit too. A bit too difficult. Right. So next up, we got Amy from Clash Racing.
Skin suit.
Yep.
Clash Racing skin suit.
Let's join those forks. Again, I don't know who the other rider is here.
No, we're struggling to find out who they are because they're not wearing any team kit.
I'm not 100% sure if we have even have the name. How confusing. Well, we know we've Amy racing right now.
Amy racing in the skin suit.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna find out who the other racer is. Let me go and find out.
All right. So Amy, she looks pretty comfortable. She's looking into the camera. She's chilling. She's got purple socks on. She's got her glasses, her Oakleys on. She looks all right. The other rider put on the GoPro on. It might slow her down. It's not as aero as a skin suit, but clearly she doesn't mind. So we've just gone to figure out who the other rider is. And it seems like he still has no idea, even though he's spoken to her. He's gone off. He's gone off for the day. He's not going to come back. I think that's it. That's the last we've seen of him. Well, great. It's going to be me for the rest of the day. Oh, he's come back. He's come back.
It's Taylor now. We called it wrong the last race.
All right, so we got it wrong. It wasn't Taylor. So the previous winner will stay unnamed. So we go Amy going off. Amy and Taylor, the real Taylor, not the fake Taylor. Yeah, we might have to check their passports after this.
Yeah, hi Bella. We know we need to check the names. We apologise about that, but we've got 101 million things, and we're new to this. This is the first time that we've done it, so apologies, but we will get it right. But thanks for the heads up.
There we go.
So Amy and Taylor racing now.
The real Taylor guys. Yeah. So we've got Amy and Taylor lining up. So it's all about that. Oh, they're staring at each other. They're giving some death stares there. Okay, and they're both clipped in. Amy's had a pretty bad start there. Really, she seemed pretty focused on clipping in, but couldn't get clipped in. And we go. Taylor's taken a lead already. Seems like all the Taylors today have been pretty comfortable. Here we go into the first corner. Taylor holding a good lead. Amy just following her for now, maybe leaving a gap to rush. We don't know. Through the first hairpin. Still pretty close. Neither of them looking uncomfortable, but Taylor's definitely putting on the pressure on Amy from the start. A couple more laps to go, so it's not all over. But that gap is opening up. Amy seems to have knocked the pace off a bit more than Taylor has through the corners. Coming comfortably into that home straight. And we've got the drone taken off at the same time. Taylor's really got a gap there. Amy having to close it down in the finishing straight. She's really taking the gas off for those corners. Whereas Taylor just kicking out, holding that gap. She hasn't looked back once. She knows she's got it. She seems pretty comfortable. Going into the two hairpins, Amy just seems like she's trying to race her own race at this point and seeing what she can do. Maybe you got to count on Taylor maybe slipping out or taking a corner a bit too wide. So the race isn't over till they've passed the finishing line.
So yeah, for the last race, it was Kitty that won. Catherine Dennis. Thanks again, Bella. Sorry for the mix-up.
Oh, Taylor comfortably ahead. The real Taylor, OG Taylor on the front right now. Amy racing her own race because you never know. Taylor might slip up, so you can't stop. But it seems like she's comfortably taking those last few hairpins. She's kicking back a bit, coming out slowly, but she's got no pressure from Amy, so no need to take them with too much speed. Then she's going to cruise in and try and take the win comfortably while Amy sort of navigates her own race to the end. I mean, at least one thing she's won today, Amy, she does look pretty cool with her glasses and skin suit, so I'm sure she's definitely won that game today. There we go. Taylor coming to the home straight. Nice and easy. Sprint across the line. No dab, which is definitely... This Taylor knows how to celebrate. Don't dab.
That was a good win by Taylor there and a good effort by Amy. As we're finding out, you got to clip in quick. You got to get your feet in quick and get started. Otherwise, you lose out too much.
All right, so we have two more riders line up for the fixed women's. George just giving them a quick debrief on the start of the race, telling them to not cut each other up and not to cause too many crashes today. They're both dressed in a pretty sensible kit, pretty aero, pretty warm as well. It's not a summer's day anymore. It's pretty chilly. But they both look pretty cool. Both got some cool helmets, cool bikes. Both gone for the drop handlebars. No wide mountain biking handlebars. So a lower center of gravity. I don't know. I couldn't tell you who's favourite here. I think we're just figuring out who they are. To not get it wrong, we're double checking. We've clearly been given the wrong names here on these sheets. It's not at all our fault. So who's racing?
So now we got Charlotte and Rebecca from One Light Cycle who are about to race. Two teammates about to. Both of them have got their game faces on. Just chucking on a camera. Shout out to GoPro for supporting us and supporting the event. They've given us a GoPro 9 as a prize for the first fixie today, for the first wheelie rider today. But it's great to have GoPro on board and for us to look at lots of new and innovating ways to document these races. We've even got a little. Have you seen that RC car, the little car with the camera on it?
I haven't had the chance to see the RC car yet. I've seen the pretty awesome drone driving or piloting. That's been pretty sick. But
yeah, we got Red Bull. Red Bull. GoPro also gave us a car with a camera on. Yeah,
I have seen George driving it around in his house, trying to do jumps over his bed. But apart from that, I haven't seen it today. But it's pretty sick. Yeah.
No, definitely. This is going to be an interesting race. Both these ladies have done quite a few laps on the track. I'm very interested to see how this goes. They've both clipped in very quickly. Let's see. So Rebecca was able to take that decisive line there into the first bend, and she's already created a little bit of a gap on Charlotte. But Charlotte's a fighter. She's going to come back, I'm sure, and be on a wheel pretty soon. So let's see how Rebecca handles the pressure of Charlotte behind.
They both go through the hairpins all right, no problems there. And actually, I think Charlotte's closing that gap through the more technical sections, perhaps, slowing down into those corners a bit later.
Yeah. This is interesting. But Rebecca's yeah, she's got a bit between her teeth now. She's looking very focused. And yeah, Charlotte's riding well as well. I'm not going to take anything away from Charlotte. She's looking good too, taking a nice line there. This is good. Let's see if Charlotte can get back onto Rebecca's wheel. But Rebecca's riding fantastically at the moment.
Brilliant. She looks very comfortable on the bike. She got good position as well. It's probably one of the better sort of smoothness we've seen today coming out of those corners.
Yeah, her and Rebecca and Kitty, in my book, have looked the strongest out of the ladies today, from what I've seen. Yeah, Rebecca's putting a bit of a gap on Charlotte now, but Charlotte's not giving up. She's still got her head down. We've got the final lap now. Rebecca's just had a look behind. I think she's beginning to take a foot possibly off the gas a little bit. Charlotte's still got her head down. This has been a good ride by Rebecca. I think she's looking very good. And a nice ride by Charlotte as well. Not giving up. This is what we like to see. It ain't over till it's over, Oscar.
It ain't over till the fat lady sings. So it's not over yet. There we go. Riding into the finishing line. Hopefully we don't see any dabs. And that's it. But actually, is that it? Yeah, that's it. But no dabbing. So that's a successful run of 2 races without a dab.
Yeah, no dabbing. It was a good race. I think both of the ladies can hold their heads high. That was a good race, and fair play to Charlotte. She didn't give up. She pushed hard through to the end.
All the other women watching on, looking at their competitors, probably trying to figure out how they're going to beat them later.
Maybe, I reckon that maybe a little bit of mind games is going on over there as well. I reckon they're all saying, like, I saw you go into that corner. I'm not sure if do you think you took it a little bit fast? Just sort of asking open-ended questions, the whole psychology game.
I mean, we've all had that. That race is someone comes up to you and says, "Oh, you didn't look that strong the last couple of laps. So you're right, but you're going to go up for a race the next 2 minutes." But
does that fire you up though? Does that make you get angry? Do you bring out the inner mongrel when people start to question you like that?
It's also this bit of it's like a bit of respect, isn't it? If you've just gone pretty deep, someone says, "Oh, you weren't that strong," in that, you think, "Well, you know what? I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you how strong I am in the next race." But yeah, it's definitely a lot.
I think the ones that generally talk a lot are the ones that maybe nervous themselves. You see, that's how I look at it. We got the camera coming in here on Lama Zocco.
Perfect camera focus there. The camera crew just doing an amazing job to get it just.
Yeah, shout out to our camera guys and team today. Bringing it. It's incredibly professional, isn't it, Oscar?
You won't be able to see them today because they're obviously behind the cameras, but they are happy. I think they are fed as well. They're not.
They're real people. They're not robots or clones, but they're real people, and they're kept going by Hay Coffee. They're on a diet of Hay Coffee, which has been made through the La Mazzocco coffee machines, which are fantastic. But just as the camera was zooming in on La Mazzocco, I wanted to give them a shout out for helping to make this event a reality. We're going to be having Matt from Hay Coffee actually coming in now. I'm going to go and find him, so I'm going to pass you over to Oscar, but I'm going to bring in Matt from Hay Coffee, and who's one of the partners in Off the Streets, and he and I are going to have a chat about the sponsors and also the event and how it came about. So excuse me while I go and find him, and I'll see you shortly. Oscar's going to keep it with the energy, the high energy.
Keep it the high energy while he disappears off to find our coffee man. There's not much racing going on at the moment. If anyone's got any questions, just feel free to ask them. So it's gone pretty well today. We've had 2 unfortunate events, but 2 people really trying to show us what they can do. Unfortunately, one ended up creating a hole in the grass, and one who's left a hole in the track as well. But otherwise, pretty competitive racing. There we go. We got the main man.
So we got Matt coming in from Hay Coffee, who, along with myself, Calvin, Jake, and who put this on? You, me, Calvin, George, yeah, and Jake. So Matt, how did this all come about? Like, how did the ball get rolling with this event?
Well, it was quite natural, actually. We started off with a sponsorship of One Life Cycles. Cycling and coffee is just an intrinsic link that no one really knows where it comes from, but it just works perfectly. And lockdown happened, and there wasn't much racing going on. So it was really you guys came up with the idea and the concept, and we were just here to happily support and put whatever support we could behind the project. And it's been amazing. I mean, all the energy that we see on the track and from the riders, the support we've had through the coffee shops, it's been phenomenal. It's just put a smile on everyone's faces the whole time.
So we did the first series, which was 3 weekends in a row, elimination 1 week, a second elimination the second week, and then the finals. And we set the formats up because of obviously there was lockdown and then the whole social distancing and everything, and we had to get creative, didn't we, to be able to pull it off. But essentially, this whole series has been born out of the ashes of lockdown, and we've been really fortunate with the sponsors that have come on board, and like from our perspective, it's been fantastic that the sponsors have believed in us and they've seen our vision of where we want to take it. And so I'd like you to talk about the sponsors that have come in on this event, Matt.
Yeah, well, firstly, it's La Mazzocco that have really put up for us and helped us to secure the track and the funding we needed to put this on. We've also had support from RA Group and RA Venues, and that's been amazing. And also the most bizarre one for me was a bike shop in Barcelona, Santa Fixie. Saw us on Instagram, loved what we were doing and wanting to be involved. I just think that shows the power and the reach that this event and cycling in general has got. But as a coffee shop, we always thought and know that our place in the neighbourhood and in community is that hub for a social aspect. And to be able to put this on and support all the riders and from various formats and disciplines coming together, watching the fixed gear riders interact with the wheelie riders has been something really special. I can't wait until we're allowed to have spectators in so they can all feel the energy on the track, because it is something pretty special.
So what we're doing with the way that we're putting all of this together, it's essentially going to be a festival. Like Matt just said, when we're allowed to have more competitors and spectators into these events, we're actually putting it together where we're going to be able to have street food, music, just a whole festival of fun. So at the moment, we're just putting together a series, a national series for next year. And we're super excited about the future of this race and where we can take it. And it's kind of hey, I'm not sure whether you guys can get the sort of vibes just from watching it online, but there's a lot of good vibes here, and there's a lot of fun, and I think it's just really healthy and important for people to be able to come here and have fun, and it's just great to see people with a smile on their face.
Yeah, I think also we shouldn't underestimate the social aspect of what we're trying to do here, because we've got access and reach to large parts of the community and the cycling community. So with the help from our sponsors, Compass Group is one of them through RA Venues and RA Group. They're helping us to support apprenticeship programs into chef skills, kitchen skills, hospitality. There'll be a coffee component in that, barista apprenticeships and training. And then the Down to Ride charity to do bikes mechanics skills means that what we're doing here is fun and interesting. It's great for the spectators, but actually it's all about the community that we're working in. And as I said before, as a coffee shop, we want to be great neighbours and part of the community. And we can't think of a better way of being that community hub by supporting the youth, giving them direction and purpose, acknowledging their skills, because when you see the guys pulling wheelies and riding around a track at speed, you realise they've got phenomenal skills and technique, and we should support that and give them direction.
Yes, just with the apprenticeship scheme, since we formed One Life Cycle 4 years ago, it's always been about reaching out to at-risk youths and also inner city youths that don't have the opportunity to ride bikes and race, and this is essentially just an extension of that, where we're looking at providing a platform, a safe place for youths as well as adults to show their skills in a controlled environment. The whole aspect of the apprenticeship scheme is phenomenal. We're so excited about it, and now we'll be announcing that this week. But for us to be able to create these opportunities for people and to have it a big part of the race, and essentially the kind of the beating heart of why we're doing it is what it's all about. I mean, just the racing and the content that it creates is icing on the cake, really.
Yeah, so that'll be next year. We're looking at going nationwide as well. That'll be something to watch out for. As we can go around to different cities, we'll get different venues. There'll be different courses. There'll be different vibes. We're going to look for local music artists, up-and-coming artists to be supporting. We've got a London MC, Michael Payne, you might have mentioned him earlier, and he can't be here today, unfortunately, but for the next races and the next race series, the music and food will be playing a much bigger part of what we're doing. So, yeah, watch the space.
Yeah, and if you're watching this and you have work at a company, or any of this, what we're talking about, it resonates with you, hit us up on One Life Cycle or Off the Streets, and we're looking for partners. We're looking for people to be involved in this exciting project, and if it's something that appeals to you, get in touch. Like we say, there's nothing like this in the whole world. We're not saying we invented wheelies. We're not saying we invented fixed gear crit racing. We're not, but no one has brought it to you in this format. Or with this energy and with this apprenticeship scheme as well that we believe passionately about, and 2021 is going to be an exciting year for Off the Streets. If you live in London, I recommend you get down to Hay Coffee down in Elephant and Castle. They also have a location in Bermondsey. I highly recommend that you get down there and get yourself a cake or a coffee or a hot chocolate or a cup of tea, whatever. It's a great place. It's cycle friendly, very supportive of our cycling community. And we also have, which Hey Coffee have come up with, is Off the Streets coffee. It's a pretty cool blend. So you can, if you go down to Elephant and Castle, you can pick yourself up a bag of that as well. And all of the profit from that supports our series and helps us to build this and make it bigger and better. I don't know. Do you have anything else to say, Matt?
No, I was just going to turn the tables on you a bit, really, to say, so you've been in cycling for how long?
Well, I started cycling in like 2009, but I started doing like Alec street racing about 2014.
And what made you get into cycling? I mean, it's pretty obvious. Most people have had a bike or ridden a bike, but what was the thing that turned that in from being a hobby, perhaps, into something a bit more professional or to take up most of your time?
I started being a bike messenger back in 2012, and one of the parts of the culture is the whole alley cat racing scene, which happens all over the world. And I started I was a personal trainer, so in my past life, and basically I had trained myself to become quite a strong cyclist. And when I was couriering, I got a lot fitter because you're spending a lot of time out on the road. And then I started racing alley cats and found that that I went all right at it. But it was more about the mental positive mental effects of cycling. That was something that I found the most beneficial, because it's very cathartic, cycling, and my racing and the things that I've done on a bike. I've been fortunate to travel the world and race alley cats around the world, as well as Red Hook Criterium when that was still going. And basically for me, it gave me focus. It gave me a reason to eat well and to rest, and yeah, ultimately those experiences that I've had is something that has been an inspiration to do something like this, because I know the benefits of cycling. Yeah, that would be it in a nutshell, really.
Okay, and fixed gear, that's interesting for me because I've ridden a fixed gear bike twice, and one of them is yours around this track. It was super exciting, and I'm definitely hooked. I want to give it a go. Did you always start out in fixed gear, or what was the transition into that?
I started on a road bike when I first started riding, and then when I started couriering back in 2012, I saw people riding fixie or track bikes, and the thing that was appealing about it was the fact that the functionality. So you weren't having to change brake pads every month, you weren't having to get it serviced all the time. It was a very simple and effective method of transport. And then what I found when I started to ride a fixie was the benefits of it's. People talk about how it's quite a sort of, they would maybe use the word spiritual or like surfing or skateboarding, because you're completely in control through your body. With the bike, you use your legs to slow down, and it's a quite a unique experience, is the best way I can describe it. But it takes a lot of time on a bike to be able to develop the skills to race, basically.
Yeah, it looks like it's high adrenaline. I mean, funnily enough, that Zen-like experience you talk about, being one with the machine, it's something that in the last week, two other riders have told me about. And as they say it, they have a real expression on their face. It's just like they're taken to that moment where they literally become one with the machine. I've watched the guys going around the track today, and the girls, but particularly the guys. I've seen 2 crashes, and they come in as corners a little bit hot. I suppose that's one of the risks in not having a break, but is that the thing that gives it the most excitement? Is that the adrenaline, or is it just, what is it with having no brakes and using your feet?
Well, in theory, like I remember the first time I saw someone riding a fixie with no brakes, I thought they were mad. I didn't understand it. But the thing is every nuance, when you become, like you say, it's kind of a bit like that film Avatar, you know, when they clip into, they sort of become one with the animal or whatever, the creature. it's kind of the same when you clip in on a fixie. You can feel every subtle movement. You literally do really become one with the bike. And I think another way to explain it is like playing an instrument. You know, you can learn to play an instrument, but when you really learn and when you put that time and effort in, it becomes something that you don't have to think about anymore. It becomes instinctive. And that's the same when you're riding. You don't have to think about it, but you actually have more control, in my opinion, on a track bike, a fixie with no brakes, on a circuit like this than you could on a road bike. I think the quickest lap times would be achieved on a fixie rather than a road bike.
Yeah, well, it's phenomenal watching everyone go around the tracks, doing little hop skids into corners and things like that. Again, that skill level is phenomenal. And until you see it in person, I'm not sure you can really appreciate the skill levels and what's going on. Having said that, that's a nice little segue because we're watching the wheelie riders line up at the moment, and they're doing a back wheel only race. So they've got the front forks. And I suppose the jeopardy here is if you drop the forks, you're in trouble, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can see on the camera here, Jake's just getting all the guys ready to ride. But yeah, I mean, this is something that's that comes from the street. You know, these guys, it's a creative way that they've shown their skills. That basically they don't need a front wheel, but obviously there's an element of danger that if they drop the wheel, they're not going anywhere fast.
Yeah. Okay. Well, everyone's going to be eyes peeled on this one. I'm going to hand over. I'm going back out to the coffee cart now, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Got to make some espressos and get these riders pumped for later on.
No, cheers. Thanks, Matt, and thanks for coming over. And it's been amazing to put this together with you. And always we appreciate your support from Hey Coffee. We couldn't do it without you guys. So yeah, we got all the guys getting ready now for this one wheel race. So my G Oscar, I've given him some. He's off. He's just chatting to Alec Briggs right now. I reckon he's probably asking him, what's your tips? I reckon Oscar's going to want to line up at our next race.
How you doing?
I'm all right. How are you, James?
Yeah, good. All right, so we are about to watch the no-wheel wheelie race. How the hell does that work?
So that works. Well, it's just you can't let the bike touch the ground, otherwise you get a, what is it, like you get a 5-second penalty probably, something like that. So it's all about keeping that wheel up for the entire race. There we go, and they're about to set off.
Do you reckon any of them are actually going to do it the whole way about a wheel?
Yeah, I think most of them probably can easily do it the whole way around. But a few of them have actually touched in the qualifiers. They did put that wheel down, so they're not all 100%.
Look how fast they go about one wheel. It's amazing, isn't it?
Jake on the front.
Yeah, Jake 100 leading it out.
Easy lead. I don't have a list of names, but RJ in second right now. No, third. RJ in second. Third, I mean. Jake quite comfortable on the front.
Jake's led this out hard. He's got a whole corner lead. RJ just going for the move, barring around the inside. Look at that.
Easy. RJ making it look like it's just games. RJ, he's not set himself apart from the others like Jake has. Jake's clearly on a different level on this lap.
I don't think you were here last time, Oscar, but Jake did put a foot wrong and had to take a penalty. He was actually out the race really early on, so maybe RJ could still take it. Who knows? He's looking comfortable, RJ.
RJ's not bothered. He's not emotional. He's not crying just yet. So he's not over till they finish this race. And RJ's closing that gap down. It's the last lap though. Last lap. Can he do anything to that gap?
Oh, when the nerves settle in, everything starts tightening up. It's easy to drop a wheel or drop a fork in this scenario. Blimey.
Jake's seen he's got the gap. His muscles are starting to tighten up. He's getting tired. His arms are tight. He'll feel heavy. He wants to put that front fork down. He wants to just chill out for a second, doesn't he?
How many forks do you think they go for a season?
I don't think they have enough forks. It's probably got 10 or 12 or something.
Oh, dude, we got someone out. Who's that at the back? Damn, it's just a 3 left in the race. So you've got Jake leading it off, RJ. And who's that in third? Do we know?
We are not very good with names. Oh, wait. Here we go. Oh, yeah.
Here we go. Jake coming to take the lead, is it? Oh, no, we got another lap. I think that was elimination, man. We were misinformed. All right, and so you got 3 riders left.
3 riders. I think that's Kamal off the back. Yeah, Little Harry's out. Kamal. Don't make me get this wrong. I think that is Kamal in third.
So unfortunately, Kamal hasn't got his number on if that is Kamal. But we know we've got Jake up in front with RJ coming in second in between them both.
RJ, the gap, he hasn't closed that gap. He hasn't closed it as we expected. But Jake is not cruising. It's not easy for Jake.
Man, it could still all go wrong. If you touch that fork down, that's a 5-second penalty. RJ could be straight back in it. RJ looks like he's tiring a bit. He went around that hairpin a bit slower, didn't he? Jake's still motoring away as he comes down towards us.
Jake does not look tired. His eyes, he's crying a little bit. But apart from that, he seems perfect.
He's crying a little bit. I'm pretty impressed with the drone driver as well. That's some impressive skills.
Drone driver just made this race so much better for the spectators. Incredible bit of driving there. RJ chilling. He knows he's got it. He knows he's not out.
I can't tell how many laps we've got to go, but I'm going to assume it's 1 more lap to go. And if Jake keeps it up, I think it's safe to say he's won this race. What do you reckon, Rob?
I think Jake should have it in the bag, but knowing his previous race result, he's not 100% confirmed for this yet. Can he hold it up? It's a shame for RJ. He had a bad start. He was gridded clearly quite far back because of his time, well, just because of random.
When we look at that Domino's pizza at the commentary box, it's all kicking off here. Here we come, Jake coming down towards us, about to hit the last turn. It's looking like this is the last lap, but let's hold out for that.
Yeah.
We're going to say maybe he has 1 more lap. RJ about half a lap down now. Can he bring it back? Or can Jake keep it up and not make a mistake? I'm going to be honest. I think he's got more than a 5-second lead now. So it's going to take maybe 2 mistakes for RJ to get back in this one.
RJ just chilling. RJ doesn't care. He's just happy to be here. He's a bit angry.
He's just cruising now. He's just showing off his skills, how slow he can wheelie. That's pretty impressive. All right. My co-commentator is now eating pizza, so you just left with me for the day.
Race over. We're pretty sure Jake got the win there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure too. Jake's just coming around in his victory lap it pretty much. Oh look, he's trying to do, and maybe it didn't go quite as well as they did.
I saw it.
Seen that, yeah.
I saw it. So yeah, that I'm just glad you didn't hurt yourself because it could have been a bit nasty.
My ego's still hurting.
If anyone wants to see that video, check Alec's Instagram of him crashing on repeat. It's a really good video.
So Matt, what have we got coming up next?
At the moment we're just putting together wanting to go nationally with it for next year. So we are currently just putting together partners and sponsors to be able to make these events happen. And it's all coming together. And I think for this year, I think for this year we might. I don't think we'll have.
You got a race.
Yes.
Alec, we need to kick Alec out.
How did that make that
I don't think we'll have any more races this year. this side of Christmas. To be honest, because of the weather in the UK, it's pretty ordinary. So I think, yeah, unless we have like an indoor venue that wants to put on a race. But yeah, I think, to be honest, it's been pretty full on the last couple of months. So I reckon we might take a bit of a break this side of Christmas, but definitely next year we'll be coming out hard with the races. So what's going on, Oscar? I'm out the loop. What's happening? What do we got up next? Do you know?
It looks like we got some fixie crit riders getting ready to get on the start line. Alec has just been called over for his race because he was too busy commentating.
I imagine Alec was very good at commentating. He shoots the breeze quite naturally, doesn't he?
He's the type of guy he likes to just talk and talk and talk. And I mean, I'm quite bad, but he's a step up.
Probably don't give him coffee before he comes in the commentary box. Yeah, we got them all lined up now. We got Theo.
Jake on the line as well for some reason. So
Don't know what Jake's doing, but yeah, we got
fighting a bit over track standing.
It's got a track stand competition going on at the moment. Sam Harding is looks like he's got it down. So I think we now have. Well, we'll just have to call it as we see it. I'm not 100% sure what we've got coming up next.
All these riders are incredibly skillful on their track bikes, especially on their fixies. So don't worry, guys. If they're pushing the limits, I wouldn't try at home because they're pretty good at it. I mean, look at them right now. They could track stand for probably a couple of days. Actually, looking at them.
How's your track standing skills? You like track standing?
I'm all right. I'm sure if there was any of my teammates listening right now, they would probably take the piss out of me. But I'm okay. I'm not going to win any track standing no-handed races. But I'm all right. I can hold my own.
I can do it, but if I'm honest, I find it really stressful. Like if I've entered a couple of track stand competitions in my time, and I'm good. I do one-handed. But then as soon as you got to take your hands off the hand, I was going to say steering wheel, but handlebars, that's me gone. But as I said, I find it too stressful. I just like to relax.
Yeah, I think everyone track stands a little bit differently. I mean, they teach you on GB how to track stand in specific ways for different races, so everyone learns. I mean, some people would track stand with a different foot, which is completely like, yeah. Well, anyway, here we go. We got the fixie. They're all track standing on the start line. Do
you know what I think this is? I think it's the slow race.
Seems quite similar to the Merrimore Crawl, where everyone starts off. Usually you run to your bike, but here they're track standing on their bike. The race starts, everyone sets off. It's quite impressive. We
got people. Tom is doing it no hands already. I think, yeah, it's some of this is interesting. But as I said, I think it's just a track stand competition. I think that's what we got going on. But as I said, personally, I find it really, really stressful, and I'd be taking this opportunity now to probably just sit and have something to eat. I think I'd probably fall off after a second and then just go and have a double cheeseburger and a cinnamon roll and a hot chocolate.
I don't blame you. I think, although I don't mind a bit of track stand, especially if you shove someone off. I like a bit of not violence, just below violence.
Okay, so you reckon we should maybe make this like you're allowed to have physical contact, so you can nudge people, but you can't like physically push them.
I mean, when I started training at Herne Hill, we'd mostly do sumos on the inside track. So you're a little bubble, a little circle. You have to go around in that circle. The circle gets smaller and smaller. Then you end up track standing next to each other, and the last rider to be in that circle wins. So that's pretty much what they're doing here.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on here. Edgars absolutely smashed it, pedaling on his super spinny gear, and he's got Tom and then Jonathan Cauldron behind him, and then we got Hayden behind that. So you remember Mr. Lumberjack Hayden? But yeah, Edgars has just completely bossed it. And then we got coming up? We got Theo, Sam, and Alec just sort of cruising at the back. what I think will possibly happen is then they'll get to the front. Oh no, actually Edgars has won it. There we go. Edgars. Then we got Tom and we got Jonathan. Hayden come through in 4th place as long as he doesn't fly over the tyres again.
Sam and Alec both cruising in together. A bit of mind games there.
Yeah, I think they're like, hey, but let's just save ourselves for the final. Theo's a little bit in front, mate. He's like in 2 minds. Shall I flatten out? I'm just going to ride off the track. And actually, they didn't even bother finishing. So
yeah, DNF for the back half of the race. They're quite.
Well, I think actually DNF from the whole event. I think that's them out now.
Yeah, it's quite embarrassing, really. But we're not. I don't think we'll mention it to Alec.
No, we won't tell. We'll just let him race, but we won't tell him there's DQ or Sam. So what's your I'm interested to know like your a typical week training wise.
Typical week training wise, well, this year has been pretty much Tuesday, go for a ride, 2-3 hours. Then in the afternoon, bit of motor pacing.
I'm trying to get some pizza. Can you get us some pizza, George? If there is any. Just any, I don't care, man.
Yeah, a bit of motor pacing in the afternoon, perhaps on a Tuesday.
Where'd you do on the track?
Yeah, usually there are sessions at the track, so I'll try and get some motor pacing in there. My dad can motor pace; he can drive a Derny, so he paces me around. Wednesday, a ride again, 2-3 hours, and then maybe track league, a bit of racing at night to refine yourself, get some form. Thursday, again, a short 3-hour ride,
Short 3 hour.
Yeah, short 3-hour ride, and then maybe some motor pacing again behind a motorbike again, just to get that speed. And on the weekend, 2 sort of medium-ish rides, like 5 hours Saturday, 5 hours Sunday.
Mate, so that's a lot of volume of training. So it's about 20 to 25 hours a week?
I'd say, yeah, about max. If I can get all in, max about 20 hours in total.
How do you keep it fresh? Like, I mean, that's a lot of time on the bike.
I think I usually just put my head down and I like to be tunnel vision sort of. I don't think about anything else when I'm riding and just get the work done. Most of lockdown I spent just riding and riding and riding. I forgot there was an outside world for a bit, which is I'm not sure everyone can relate to. I guess it's a tough thing to do.
But surely, I'm sure you feel the mental effects of all the training you do.
Oh yeah, definitely feel. We're just having some pizza negotiations.
It's getting really serious now. We're talking about.
Cameraman he needs pizza, otherwise he can't work without the pizza.
Yeah, we got pizza. Just chuck it there, mate. All right. Here we go. Pizza. Shit. Let's put it there. Actually, no, we don't want it there. I'm going to steal one. I'll take that one.
All right. I'll have a piece of pizza. So as we go into the racing, we're going to eat pizza at the same time. Good commentators can multitask. So Matt has just eaten a whole pizza in one go. It's a shame you can't see us, but it's quite a show. No. All right, so we got the women's 50 crit going on. It's the same one lap. So it's the same event as the men's. They'll be track standing for an unknown amount of time, and whoever's left at the end of it races out and tries to win a 1 lap scratch. So just straight to the line, simple and easy. In terms of these women's track standing skills, I have no idea who's good and who's not good, but I guess that the ones who are riding really slowly at the back aren't very good and are just trying to soak up the time going very, very slowly.
I'd agree with that. That's a logical way to think about it. But track standing, yeah, just for some of these ladies, they haven't raced a lot. So we got Amy riding around in circles. I think that's good thinking.
It's good training if you want to ride the circles in the future. I think it's good to ride the circles now, but maybe not. And they're off. That's it. It didn't last as long as the men's. But I think that's just George's decision as the judge, just to set it off nice and early.
We have a female lumberjack now. I'm unsure of who that is, but we've got Kitty on the front. Kitty's just smashing it.
She is under a lot more pressure than her last race, though. So we'll see if she can hold it through these corners. Hopefully, someone will try and send it on that last corner and sneak a little move. As I get a piece of pizza.
I'll give you a break so you can eat some pizza.
Easy.
So I think this is a nice event, bit of fun. You know, no pressure for people. Just cool to have this fun element to it. When you race, it's generally a pretty stressful experience. A big part of your day. There can be a lot of energy that.
The shots of the sunny track, just shining off that smooth surface. We've had a great day so far. Lucky with the weather.
Yeah, no, we've been blessed with the weather, and we definitely made the right decision last week to postpone and bring it through to this Sunday. Someone was asking earlier about whether we'd have a race when the next race was, but because of the weather in the UK, it's and the nature of this type of racing is you can't. I mean, you can race. You could do this in the wet, but if I'm honest, it's a little bit too dangerous. I think it's very, very difficult for the wheelie riders in the wet to be able to maintain traction. So yeah, we originally were meant to be racing last week, but we moved it to this week. And shout out and thank you to Revolution Karting for enabling us to do that. So yeah, but the track, fantastic. I think these are perfect conditions. It's very clear visibility. The track's nice and dry, and yeah, we've definitely the weather god has come through today. That's for sure. How's that pizza, Oscar?
It's gone. There's no more pizza.
Does that fit into the elite cycling diet program?
Vegan, no gluten, no egg, nothing pizza.
Yep. Just so if there's any BC coaches out there watching, I'll
There's nothing in this pizza.
It was actually a figment of Oscar's imagination. There was no food. He just ate thin air.
And it was free. It was free. The best type of pizza is usually free. So
Domino's Pizza, thank you. Next time, free pizza, please.
maybe not free for everyone today, but for us in here.
Free pizza for the commentary team. So just having another little break. So we'll just have some time out for the next few minutes. So if you want to go and make yourself a cup of tea or a coffee or something to keep you occupied for the next 10, 15 minutes, maybe open a cold beer. I'm just going to have some time out. We're going to have a break for a little while, Oscar. So
we'll do some racing ourselves.
yeah,
probably.
we'll see you soon.
Yo, man.
To be fair, we've been on 4 bar. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, let's keep it there.
So welcome back. I'm joined here by Mr. Alec Briggs, Mr. Casual. So what have you been doing with yourself during these sort of last 6 or 7 months?
Does anyone know? I don't know, man. It's been riding bikes, riding a lot of mountain bikes, designing kit for next year.
Tell us about your team, because it's a couple of years old now, Techers, isn't it?
Yeah, since like the start of 2018, really. I just put this team together to give like people a different opportunity to like the conventional ones out there, make it a bit smaller, a bit more flexible, and try and jeez,
Had her.
and yeah, just do some random stuff, have some fun, and just see if I can make something that kind of can operate on its own, and self-sufficient rather than like relying on races and stuff. And it seems to be going all right. It's cool, man. Got some like a whole mix of different people, want to help a bunch of different people, got some cool plans, and we'll just see where it goes.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I guess I actually remember Red Hook Crit in 2015. I think that was your first race, wasn't it? For Red Hook Crit.
Yeah, man, that was my first ever fixie crit. That was jokes. My friend Rafa Makara was just like, "You want to come race Red Hook Crit?" He took me to Crystal Palace Park. We just went around the car park, and I was like, "Yeah, this is cool." And the way he said it to me is like, "It's like MotoGP on bicycles." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm in." And it's pretty good, man. It's been like my favorite thing to do ever since, to be honest. Much more fun than like normal road crit. It's sick.
Yeah, it's more accessible, I believe, and like we were talking earlier about, like with One Life Cycle, when Jermaine and I started, it was all about, you know, the functionality and the simplicity of a track bike or a fixed gear bike is a lot more accessible for, let's say, your inner city users that might not get that opportunity to ride an expensive road bike.
Exactly, man. It's like when I first did my first fixie crit, like I trained on like a track bike that I sold the other day for £100. You know what I mean? And like that was completely exactly the same setup as that I was riding back then. And it's just, yeah, it's nice. There's a lot more about the rider and a lot more about the rider's skills. It kind of, yeah, it's just a bit more kind of like wholesome on the whole. You know, the vibe's cool. Everyone's like, there's a big mix of different people from different backgrounds. Everyone comes to, these are good. It's a nice vibe, man.
Yeah, and this is what it's all about, is the vibe, is about creating a good vibe. To me, with like with your more traditional type of cycling, there's too many hurdles. You know, you need this, you need that, and if I'm honest, that kind of just ruins the vibe. It just becomes quite clinical. And also the thing as well for a lot of these kids, I mean, obviously we're lucky to have Oscar here, you know, a very talented junior rider, and it's great. He's got a fantastic attitude, you know, doesn't take himself too serious and all that. But there's a lot of guys that might not make it, you know, and but then where do you go from there? Do you know what I mean? And that's what I love about this, is that it's grassroots, and I think it's more accessible for people. And like we're talking about doing a national series next year, and I think that just opens up a world of opportunity for a lot of different people.
Yeah, I think you said so much there, which is true, man. It's like there are so many different opportunities here, and it's like, for example, like Red Hook Crit got me back into cycling. Like I was kind of out of cycling for a while after I came back from university. Didn't really love it that much, but like it fully reignited my love for cycling, not just fixed crits, but like track, road crits, even like road and everything on the whole. And it's kind of weird. It's like it's a very particular type of person that fits the mold of your kind of traditional road program, right? From like growing up at like racing road races, pro ranks, and that kind of stuff, especially in the UK in my experience. But like the fixed kit scene, man, it's like there's so many different options and so many different ways you can like kind of make something of yourself that you enjoy and are proud to do. You know, it doesn't have to be about race results. It can be like something you just had a good time, or like you threw a sick party, or you know, you put out this like cool little cult brand that people jumped on, or there's so many different avenues. And I think, yeah, man, it's just nice to see that creative process like really come through so evidently. You know, like teams that people are starting, the way that people are like marketing themselves and like doing all sorts of different stuff. Like some of it to make money, some of it just for the fun of it. And it's just, I think it's a good all-round atmosphere, man.
No, for sure, and I'll tell you kind of how I think about it. I'm a music lover. I know you are. Our tastes are probably quite different, but that's okay. I'm about 20 years older than you. But yeah, I sort of think of it like punk rock. So, you know, when music, it's all kind of like DIY. You know, you haven't got big brands, and it's sort of like something like this. It really is street. It really is that sort of grassroots level. And it's, you know, there's people here. There's one guy that's racing, Hayden, who you raced, who did the jump over the tires. But he was hanging over the fence at the first race, and he was like, "Oh, I really want to be involved." And like for me, the fact that it's like, yeah, sure, man, you got a bike, yeah, cool, okay, wicked, you can race. And also, I think with these like Red Hook Crit, like don't get me wrong, I got mad love for Red Hook Crit as well, and we all hope it comes back. And Trimble has said that it will come back, so we're holding you to it, Mr. Trimble. Here, we're coming for you, Trimble. No, but like this sort of racing, I think, is a lot more accessible because you need to be stupidly fit. Let's be honest, for Red Hook Crit. Whereas this is a lot more technical and object because of what he brings from as a rider. But he's essentially created the formats for the wheelie guys. And he will be his role apart from riding going on in the future. But we're not saying we invented wheelie racing at all. However, it's not been done like this before, you know, and we're really, really excited to be able to give these kids a platform where they can flex. And, you know, the future for them is bright. You're going to start seeing wheelie teams. You know, we know people in America. You know, there's some real talent out in America, all over the world, and we want to be able to start having USA versus England and, you know, stuff like that.
See it now, like, you know, it's like you say about the crews and the culture, like anything from like skate jams to like breakdancing crews, like, you know, street basketball, everything. Like, you know, the crews that come around and have those massive meetups, like at some point in the world, in some place, like that all starts from somewhere. And it's just, I truly do believe that this has started something which is gonna really prosper and like spread wide, man.
No, definitely, and it's awesome to have you as a part of this and involved, Alec, because, you know, you ride hard, man, and you've been representing the fixie scene the last couple of years. No, but listen, of course it does. But you've been, you know, you've been flying the flag high, man, and you know, kudos for that. I know you, yeah. But exactly, it's fun. It's fun though, isn't it? Eh?
It's so much fun. Yeah, like I say, man, like fixed crit racing, like fully rebirthed my love as like on the whole, not just like for racing fixed crits. It's like
Fixed crit, fixie riding changed my life. Like I'm not going to get deep and heavy here, but honestly, no, but it changed my life.
I can like actually ride a bike, you know, like that's basically what I do now, and that's like from riding Red Hook Crit. I didn't come from riding like conventional crits or, you know, British cycling, all that kind of stuff. It's like they help massively to get to where I am today, but it's just like Red Hook Crit was like really a turning point in the road where I worked out kind of what I want to do and do it myself, and like how you can do different things, you know. And it's just like, yeah, fixed crit scene actually did that.
Yeah, and this is why we're so pumped. So we got another race. I think that we got this is the minor fixed crit finals. So we've got Theo. So let's have a check here.
On inside, number 4.
Yeah.
Then we've got Hayden on the second gate. Next to him is George, I believe, and then we've got Sanchez on the outside.
That's it. You're better at the names than me. I've been pretty ordinary. I reckon Sanchez, if I'm honest, because he's got the mongrel in him, mate. Like he's hungry. But like I'd say Theo, it'd be between Theo and Sanchez.
I know Theo's can get a good start, and he's got this SPD clips, so he can get on the mountain bike clip, so he can get in the pedals quick. He might get a good start and be able to like defend well, because he's fast as well, man. Like he races ACAT track league, like he's got some legs on him. Once he gets that confidence, which he's going to get lap on lap, and they're off now. Look at this drag race at the start. Who's got the first turn?
George.
Wow,
George. So George come out with the whole shot. And we got Sanchez third and Mr. Lumberjack Hayden coming up the back. The key with these races, as you'll see today, is you got to clip in quick.
What a move, bang. Straight in, not messing around. You can't take your time with these when there's 4 of you racing. It's just do or die. Oh, down.
So yeah, Theo, that corner, that is crash corner.
Yeah, man, it's a slippy corner. It's like you got to get the first one right to get the second one right. But the thing is, these two out in front, George and Sanchez, like they can hit the floor too. They're going to start battling, wanting to win, wanting to take the lead, and George and Hayden can come back and pick up the pieces.
Yeah, it's never over in this racing. You just don't know what can happen. So both of these boys, George and Sanchez up the front, are pedal to the metal. But when you start pushing and you're pushing every single millimeter of speed, and you know all it takes is a little coming into this corner up here. Oh gosh, we got Sanchez on the middle.
Oh, Sanchez on the move on George, and Theo's got past Hayden, so he's trying to catch back up. With those two out front upset each other, Theo could be back in this, even though he took us full in the early stages.
You got Sanchez like a shark. He's on George's wheel, just eyeing up where he's going to take him. George is going to have his work cut out to win this, but he's looking good at the moment, just styling it as he goes around that corner.
Yeah, we saw earlier that Sanchez is not afraid to make the move. He went into the last corner. It's really hard to make a move there, but he's willing to try. So we'll see.
So I think we got one more lap after this, but we got George out front. He's looking strong. I think he's got it dialed in now. Sanchez is just still hunting him down, just watching his lines coming into the S-bend.
Sanchez is so good into that S-bend section, isn't he? Really closes up on George. George smooth, though. Again, another really fit racer. He's going to be hard to overtake, but I've got a feeling Sanchez is holding something in reserve to get and take one big move at him.
Yeah, Sanchez is proper hungry here. He's riding a good race, but I'm impressed by George. I haven't seen much of George, I'll be honest, but he's looking very good. He's managing to be able to turn his bike right rather than just going left like around a track.
Yeah, he's on it, man. He's going well. He's looking fresh, isn't he, man? Look, he's gapping Sanchez. Sanchez is tying up. I think George might have this. But look, Theo coming back into the picture. Theo's not out of this, man. He's really getting his confidence up on these turns. He could reel it in.
Yeah, Theo's got the style. He's been whip skidding at times into corners, which I like very much. But I think George has got this, if I'm honest. Unless he does a monumental error, I think he's just too strong for Sanchez. But fair play, Sanchez, man. He's just held it down pretty much the whole race. Well, maybe here we go. We're going into last lap now. Here we go. Or maybe not. Maybe another lap. Terrible commentary. I apologise that we don't even know how long these races are.
There you go. That's out for Theo.
Okay, I see.
He left it to these two. And look, Sanchez back on it now. He's hunting down George. He's looking at the gaps in the turns, working out where he can make a pass. And I think George is going to have his work. Look at this. Sanchez going up the inside. He's going for it. He did him. Absolute fantastic move there. But can George get him back?
That was absolutely brilliant. Sanchez, you the man. I don't know whether George is going to be able to get back on him. Sanchez just coming in with the hunger. He is hungry for this win, and it looks like he might have him. George is digging deep.
Checker flag looks like it's out. There's one turn to go. I think Sanchez might be taking the minor final.
That's brilliant.
Maybe not.
It's a final lap.
It's one lap to go. George lining up the pass really good. Sanchez went defensive, but that's going to leave him acceptable for the pass. Look at George going up the inside. He's going for it. He got him. Amazing move. This is a great race. Sanchez is going to try and get him back into this S-bend, I reckon. Here he goes.
Oh, dear. Oh, no. Oh, no. Come on, Sanchez.
That's it.
Oh, my goodness.
George is going to really go some to get a pass in this last section. It's really hard to overtake in this last section.
I think Sanchez has got it. No, what a race. George digging deep. No, I think that's really well-deserved win, that.
Fantastic race. Good stuff. Awesome race. Well done, boys.
Wow.
Damn, that was good, man. Hopefully that's more to see in the final. We've got the women's minor final coming up next, right, as well.
Yeah, let's see how the ladies do. I think a lot of them were keeping a lot in reserve for later on today.
I reckon so too, man. There's going to be some surprises in there, some good moves. There's some hungry people out there.
There's people that have been sat on their couch for the past 6 months that are just happy that they can be out racing. They can be out getting it done. So what do you reckon? Like, we've been talking about bike setups today, and there's a lot of people with the flat or the risers or drops. I see that you ride with the drops. I'm in the same boat as you. I like to ride with drops. Do you think there's an advantage to maybe having risers on this sort of circuit?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I haven't really rode with risers too much. And but right now, I'm not sure. I'm going to go. I've just left my track drops on. I've got like 38 bars on. Really, I should be on like 42s. Just a bit of laziness on my side. But the wider bars and like a shorter stem kind of rises you up a bit, gives you a bit more control over the front wheel. But yeah, we'll see what's
So what about Monster Track next year, Alex? Should we see you out in Monster Track in New York? Bit of street racing?
Dude, that's another breed, man. Like, much respect.
Bruv, you can stay on my wheel. Just ride with me.
You say like it's easy, man. Like, what is this? Just hit it and hope, yeah, man. I'm into hit and hope, but when there's cars involved, I don't know, bro. I don't know. I will do one. I will have to. It'd be
That'd be sick. I think it's just a matter. You're just practicing out on the streets. You know, maybe become a courier for a couple of weeks.
I rode here and I feel like a little like, yeah, I could do this. But when you guys add that race element in the streets, that's unreal, man.
Okay. Another shout out to GoPro again for the support for this race. Yeah, all right, thanks, Alec. Okay, wow. So here we are, joined by Sanchez, who's just, I would say that is the most exciting race we've had in off the streets. You talk. What was your mindset before you went out there and raced? What were you thinking, Sanchez?
Honestly, just not to crash. But yeah, it was to just find those spots because it's so difficult to overtake on this track, you know?
No, but you're like a shark. You're like a predator, just hanging on the back of George's wheel. You were sizing him up. I guess while you were following him on his lines, you were seeing where there was potential places to pass.
It's true. So I was also analysing when he was tired because he was easing up at certain points. But yeah, so it was just finding those opportunities, and it was really confusing because there was supposedly last lap, and I thought it was last lap, but it wasn't. So it was like, okay, I'll overtake him, and then he overtook me again, and it was just like this battle. But no, it was incredible. Tight lines as well.
Well, to be honest, we were terrible with our commentary in that we didn't know how many laps there were. So we were even fooled. We thought we were on the last lap, but there was another lap. But no, but that was wicked racing, man. Because like George was, I think he's got stronger as the day's gone on. He got sort of more used to it. But
it's the lines that you don't take that allow you to overtake.
And do you think as well when like for future guys and girls that are going to be wanting to race these events, do you think it's better to come into a corner in control of your speed, or where you can maybe come out of a corner faster? Or do you think it's better to go into a corner quickly?
I honestly first if you can control your gear. But now that we've got the women's race up, I'll leave you guys to it. And yeah, thanks.
Anyone you want to give a shout out to?
Just all of my family, friends, sponsors, and my girlfriend in particular. But yeah, thanks a lot, guys, and loads of love.
Yeah, man, 100%. Well done. So we got the ladies have started now. They're all quite tight. We got Charlotte up front. We got Christine in second from Fixed Beers. We got Sasha from One Life Cycling third, and then we got Amy in fourth from Clash Racing down in Bristol. So this is a tight race here. They're all quite close together. So Charlotte's out in the lead at the moment. She's just riding her own race, and we got Christine in second there, still with a smile on her face, and Amy in third, and Sasha fourth. So I think Amy passed Sasha at some point on the track. How you doing, Oscar? Welcome back.
I went and recce'd the course for us just to get a bit more deeper knowledge on it.
Well, I'm very impressed by your commitment and the fact that you could go out and do that, because I haven't even recce'd the course today.
Taylor seems a bit... Is it Taylor at the back?
No, we got Sasha at the back.
Sasha seems a bit off the pace.
I think, I'll be honest, I don't think Sasha's 100% today. I don't know whether she's hurt herself, but she's taking it cautiously. But that's cool. You can't be coming at it 110% every time. But so Charlotte's riding a really good race. It looks like Amy's up on a wheel. Amy's come from last to second place, which is fantastic.
She's clearly riding a brilliant final here. I mean, she's really stepped up in this race. I mean, Charlotte as well, actually not far off the pace either after
Christine
not far off the pace after her first race, which obviously didn't go her way.
Where she was smiling the whole race, having a laugh. But yeah, we got Charlotte and Amy out front. They're beginning to gap the field. Christine's still holding it strong. She's still inside. I mean, the thing with this racing, anything can happen. So We got Sasha. I think Sasha's just cruising through now. I think she's let the others go. She's not part of the race now. But we got Charlotte and Amy duking it out at the front.
Good to see a close fight at the front. Neither of them really giving up, even though they've got a couple of laps to go and they know they've got a lead. They're still making sure to put the pressure on each other. No breaks for either rider. Here we go, look, little move, trying to get on the inside into that corner.
Charlotte's riding well. She's defending her line really well, and she's riding her own race. It's nice to see that she's not getting stressed out because Amy's like a little rabid animal behind her. Yeah, by snapping at her heels, but Charlotte's just holding it. Yeah, holding that line, coming into the S bend. Coming in, as we were saying earlier, we think it's better to come into that bend being in control of the speed and then being able to come out of it quicker.
If you can control it, then you can control the speed out of it as well. A bit of, surprise the rider behind you, maybe knock it off a bit more than they think. And suddenly, they don't know when you're going to accelerate, so they don't know when they can overtake you.
This is it. If you can keep your competitors guessing, then you're in a good. Apart from as well of all the mental disintegration that you're doing while they're not racing, you're getting people's heads and they're already broken by the time you race. This is a very close final. Christine's still, I think she's out now. So Charlotte's she's still pushing. She's just holding. She's racing her own race. This is what's really good to see. But Amy's still, I don't know whether Amy can, I'm not sure if she's sure where she can pass her at the moment. I think Charlotte's riding really good defensive lines.
I think Amy, the two overtakes we saw by Jonathan earlier in that last race by Sanchez were in that hairpin. So I think if she's learned anything from Sanchez, it's to go around in the hairpin possibly.
I think that's a spot. But again, Charlotte's just riding really, really good defensive line. But Amy, like, fair play, Amy. You're riding really well, and you're not giving her. You're not making it easy for her. All right, looks like Charlotte's beginning to dig a little bit deeper now. She knows that it's not long before she can possibly take the win, but Amy's not giving up. She's working hard, keeping Charlotte honest. You'll see the riders coming in. Sometimes they might skid, or sometimes it looks like they're hopping on the bike, and it's a good technique to slow down because these riders don't have brakes. They're using their legs to slow down the bike. So what do you reckon, mate? What do you reckon the outcome of this is going to be?
So this is the
minor finals, female fixed minor finals.
It's really, so far, a brilliant race. Unless Amy has something extra in the bag, but Charlotte has just never let her take that gas on.
That's brilliant. That's a really impressive ride by Charlotte. She was under pressure from the get-go. And big kudos to Amy from Clash Race down in Bristol, repping in that Flash kit. Great racing. Sun's still out. Sun's out, guns out.
Sun's out. We're lucky. No rain at all today. We were fingers crossed, and it hasn't hit yet. So I think the men's final, they'll be looking forward to a good race.
I think the conditions are perfect. I think the old I'm getting nervous like now with these the finals coming up.
I've gone around the races pen. I've chatted to a couple of the race. Chatted to Sam. He's sat down. He doesn't look too confident, but I know he's underneath. He's bubbling. He's ready to go. And Alec, as usual, saying, "Oh, I've got a little chest cough. Oh, I'm tired," as usual. But he obviously knows. He knows he's the favourite, so he doesn't want to put the pressure on. He's trying to, he's obviously turned up in casual clothes. Yeah.
I mean, he hasn't even bothered to get into racing kit. I don't even think he went home last night. I think he went out and he's just turned up. He's gone home, had a quick espresso coffee and jumped on his bike and come out here to race.
I don't think Alec's been home for a couple of months, really. I mean, the look you saw under that hat when we took his hat off and saw his hair, it was pretty nuts, really. Yeah.
So we're gonna get Charlotte in now, who is the winner of the women's minor finals in a very colourful top. She's going to be joining us in a second. But I think you're right. I think Alec hasn't been home for 3 months. He's probably going to go home after this, though. He'll need a shower. So we'll wait for Charlotte to come over, and she can give us a lowdown on the psychology of when she was racing. So here she comes. Yo, take a seat. Congratulations.
Thanks.
So how were you feeling before that race started?
Honestly, I kind of got into it thinking that I'd already lost. My brain was not in the right place. I was kind of like psyching myself out completely. Just thought I was going to go and have fun with it.
So that was the switch, because a lot of people, if they were having those thoughts, it would have been game over. But you managed to overcome those negative thoughts, and that was just, hey, I'm just going to have fun.
Yeah, definitely. I think I also got lucky as well. You know, if Sasha had taken the first line into the first corner, if she'd held that, then she would have trounced me. But it worked out in my favor.
No, you rode a really good race, because obviously you were at the front from the beginning, and we were saying here in commentary you had Amy snapping at your heels the whole race, but you were able to, possibly having that home track advantage, you knew the track and you knew the lines, and you were able to ride really defensive lines and come through with the win.
Yeah, definitely. I was also really glad it made it much more fun having Amy right on my tail, because it meant that I had to just push it all the time because she was just right there the whole time.
No, it was great to see, and from as a as a team, I guess, manager now, I'm very proud of you and very happy that you won and that you raced. It's all experiences, isn't it? And it's things you can take with you and improve each time.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
And you enjoy off the streets. You like this format and the series.
Yeah, it's great. It's so technical. It means that you have to use your brain, and the skills so much more than just brute force.
Exactly. Anyway, well done.
Brilliant.
Nice one.
See ya.
All right, see you in a bit. So the race that everyone's been waiting for, the men's fixed final. So we got Edgars, we got Sam, we got Tom, and we got Alec. So we got the final coming up now.
We've got the big boys race, the masculine race, the male race.
Very, very well put, very concise. But I was just having a good chat with Charlotte, and she, would you believe she was actually feeling, before the race started, she'd psyched herself out, but she was able to turn around and remember that it was fun, and she came through with the win.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds very similar to another rider on that lineup right now who's been telling us all day that he's not feeling so good. I think we might see himself surprise himself again. Second week in a row that he might get the dub, the win.
It's all about the start.
Oh, brilliant start from the guy there.
That was Edgars. So
Edgars a brilliant start. Open up the gap immediately, Edgars.
Man, this is tight. Sam has been unable to clip in, which he did in his heat as well. Very, very aggressive riding right now. But we've got, oh shit, Alec's gone down. But as you know, anything can happen in this racing. Anything can happen. He's managed to get back in quick.
So now we've got still Edgar on the front. Sam has managed to get back up and is still in the race. And
Sam has got, I didn't even see that. He's now second. This is crazy. Alec is back in the race.
And it's one lap till the first elimination. Can Alec make it back to the bunch? And he's taking those corners literally right on the edge, and he's kicking out of that corner so hard.
I don't want to take anything away from Edgars at the moment. He has gone out. He clipped in the matter of seconds. He was gone, and he's now riding his own race. But he's hot on the heels. He's got Sam and Tom behind, and Alec is back in the race. So anything can happen at this point.
Can Alec make it back? He has to hope that they get held up because they're a group and he's alone. But it seems like Alec has resigned that it is over for him this race.
Maybe, yeah. Unfortunately, anything can happen in these races. But we got Edgars on the front pushing hard. We got Sam in second and Tom in third. This is a tight race. This is good racing. All of the pressure is on Edgars right now. He can see that 250 pounds. It's just literally in his grasp. But is he able to continue and maintain the lead.
Edgars just riding that bike like it's a mountain bike around those corners, like he's in a rut, like he's just banking himself round it almost. Out of the saddle, sort of on the top tube almost, sort of getting that really low.
I mean, he, like we've been saying all day, he's mixed it up, his setup. He's gone for 28 wheels and he's riding risers. Not a traditional crit bike, whereas you got Sam behind him on with the drops, and then you've got Tom behind that on the risers. So, oh, here we go. Sam has just took the decisive pass. Do you think he's going to be able to maintain that, Oscar?
I was about to, as we see Edgars move right around through that hairpin again, I was going to say that Edgars has got a position which favours more of a more relaxed ride, so he might struggle in the longer term of the race. As we've seen here, he did get overtaken but came right back to bite it straight immediately, and he opened up a bit of a gap as Sam fights for that position to not be eliminated. Sam.
Oh my goodness, this is really, really, really tight racing. I think it's now between Sam and Edgars now. I think that's really unlucky for Tom because he's ridden a brilliant race. Just literally that was inches over the line, but we've got Edgars. Can he maintain this speed, Oscar? That's what I'm questioning now because he looks like he's blowing.
I think Edgars is struggling. He looks like the unfortunately a bit more unfit than Sam. But Sam, I think, is waiting for that spot. He's got one more lap when he comes through till the elimination, and that'll be the win.
I think, yeah, Sam's got a bit more speed to burn than Edgars, but I think Sam's took it, and we got the final lap.
Edgars is looking behind at the drone. Edgars is scared of the drone. He doesn't know what's behind him. Is it a rider? Or what is it? A bee or something? He's trying to ride away from that weird flying thing.
The biggest bee he's ever seen in his life. But it looks like Sam is going to be maintaining this now. He just needs to ride his own race. I think Edgars might have blown a little bit too much energy. Might have been sat on his couch a little bit more than Sam over lockdown.
Edgars just has to hope that Sam just rests on his laurels a bit too much and relax. But it seems Sam is pretty on it at the moment, and he's kicking out the saddle. He looks comfortable. Edgars is struggling in it. Can't even get out of the saddle through that corner.
And that's a good win for Sam. Yeah. Drinks are on you, Sam, is all I have to say. Edgars, that is a fantastic effort. Really good racing. Brilliant to see that when Sam fell, remember he fell and he was able to take the win. Anything can happen in this racing. And kudos to Alec, who fell down. He jumped back on and he gave it his best to try and get back into the race. But that was a fantastic race. I think I see my friend Aaron. I'm as nervous as you are, mate. That I reckon I've aged about 6 years since I've been sat in this box today. Oscar, probably not so much.
So now we've got the women's, right?
I believe so.
And then the wheelie.
I'm not 100% sure. I'm just. Confirmed. I think we have the women's now. You're right. Yeah. It's good that we know exactly what's going on, isn't it, Oscar?
Well, we've had many people come in and email us to tell us how great we are as commentators. I've had my phone has gone off non-stop today.
I've had to turn my phone off because I've actually had Carlton Kirby asking me about some tips for commentary. I did actually message him back and I said, look, I'm sorry, mate, I can't help. I think you're beyond help. But yeah, there we go. Sam, the man, and Tom.
Showing us how much he likes that skin suit of his. He loves tight lycra. That's what he loves.
Tight lycra is where it's at. I think I'm going to start going clubbing in tight lycra. Hello, Matt.
Hello, mate.
How you going?
That was an amazing race, wasn't it?
We were very impressed. The fact that Sam crashed and he was still able to come back and win. It was a good effort by Alec for him to try and come back. But some fantastic racing. We think this 4-rider, was it 4 riders? Yeah, 4-rider format works well on this track.
Yeah, I thought so. Watching the lead change paces a couple of times and watching them come around the corners, we didn't know who was going to win coming into the second last penultimate lap. That was amazing.
Yeah, we think Edgars, who was leading for the majority of the race, was just coming in a little bit too hot. I think he wore himself out. We think that he spent a little bit more time on his couch during lockdown, so he was unable to find the right speed. But if you would be able to get Sam, the winner, and I'll do a little interview with him now. I'll see what was going through Sam's head. We'll let Sam take the hot seat. I'll let you get back to your emails just for all of the people giving the compliments. Yeah. So we got Sam who rides with One Life Cycle taking the win. The final it didn't go down how I thought it might do, but it was just really good to see everyone not giving up who come off and yeah, here's the man. Take a seat. Congratulations. Well done on not giving up when you fell off. So what was going through your head before the race?
It's fucking cold and just don't mess up.
That's it. Because I said to him, look, if you don't win today, you're not on the team next year. So no pressure. No, you rode well, mate. And I think the thing is great about this racing, if you like you showed, if you crash or can't clip in, you need to get some different pedals, by the way, because that's not working. But if you can't clip in or if you crash, that you're able to come back and win like you did, which is fantastic. But did you just size Edgars up and were just watching his lines and basically thought I guess you worked out where you were quicker than him?
Well, last time I sort of just raced from the front, and by the last lap I was absolutely shagged. So I just thought, I'm going to let him take the lines, let him decide it, and then just jump past when I can.
So here we got different tactics that's developing with this racing. So it might not be best to be on the front because anything can happen. But anyone you want to give a shout out or thanks or say hi to your mum or anything like that?
Hi, Mum. I know you're in France, probably not watching. Then, yeah, yes. Thanks for Revolution, everyone, for letting us put on the event.
That's it, and we're going to have plenty more to come.
Yeah, cheers.
So keep training and change your pedals. Nice one. Well done, bruv. Right, we got the ladies' final. Yes, we got the So we got the ladies' final. We're just sending out our cameraman to get you some good footage and some. Sit Don fired, sacked Don. No, only joking, Don. You're doing a fantastic job. Want to give a shout out actually to Limelight TV who've come on board and basically helping us do the live streaming. We've been getting some awesome feedback from you guys. I'm really glad that you guys are enjoying it, and yeah, it's fun to call these races. So we got Kitty. I think Kitty's looking very strong. She's on the inside line there. She's exactly. We got Kitty. We got Taylor. We got Rebecca. And we've also got... Did you check your emails?
I had a chance to check my emails, and thanks, guys, for all the...
Rebecca from One Life Cycle's taking the lead, and we got Kitty in second, and then we've got... And we've also... Well, at the moment, it's Rebecca. So how's she looking?
So we've got Rebecca at the front, looking very comfortable in a pink helmet. She's got people right behind her, but she's running that aggressive line, trying to make sure no one can come around.
Yeah, there's nothing serious, guys. So luckily they're okay. I think we might have black flagged that race. Yeah, the girls are okay, thankfully. Just a bit of a shock for them. Hopefully Hayley's okay. If we have a restart, yeah, Hayley's all right. She hit the concrete quite hard. She might be a bit sore tomorrow, but I think they're all right. Luckily, there was nothing serious.
Unfortunately, they know how to crash. They've probably crashed before. They're probably used to, especially fixie crit riders. It's part of the sport, going around tight corners on your fixie.
Definitely. I mean, falling off a bike is, yeah. I think Rebecca. Yeah, I think I don't know whether the girls are going to continue again, if I'm honest. But unfortunately, it's part of racing, and like Oscar's alluding to, when you ride, you become quite good at falling off.
Yeah, I mean, I can say that I'm quite guilty of this as well. I've probably crashed more than anyone really, but it's just part of it. And especially in fixed crit scene, the best people crash a lot. I mean, Matt, you've probably raced with some of the top guys and probably see them hit the deck just as many times.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it is part of it, but ideally you don't want people to crash. But it's just nice to see the spirit between all of the racers and riders, very supportive of one another. I mean, that's important for us off the streets to have these vibes with people supporting one another like this. Because at the end of the day, it's bike racing's bike racing, but you know, there's bigger things in life than racing your bike.
Yeah, I think it's nice that they're all chatting together. They're clearly all fine. No grudges being held there. It's just.
Well, not for this series. Maybe next series. Maybe they might. You know, maybe they might take the grudge into the next one. But no, thankfully they're okay, and there's nothing serious.
Well, I'm not sure where the wheelie guys have gone, but their race is supposedly after the women's race. So get ready for some pretty skillful races coming up. I don't think they're going to crash because they're probably the most skillful riders.
Yeah, I think because of the nature of the wheelie racing, it's a different type of thing. Whereas, you know, with the fixie, they were coming in, they were trying to take that line on this corner here. So I don't think we'll see that sort of thing happen. But I think they're all over there just chilling, getting themselves focused before they race. So we're just working out at the moment what's going on. I'm going to take a stroll. I'm going to leave you with the dulcet tones of Oscar, and then I'll come back and I'll be able to tell you guys what's going on. So excuse me 1 second.
All right, so Matt's just going on a trip, on a little. He's going to do a bit of reporting in the field. So everyone's. I think they're all okay. They're just sitting down, making sure they're okay before they stand up and just start racing again. I'm not sure if we're going to we probably will try and do the women's again if they're okay. Obviously won't push them and make them if they don't want to. Otherwise, we've got the men's wheelie final, which should be soon. And then after that, we have a prize presentation.
Apparently brought to you
by Hedge Coffee. Hedge Coffee, well, probably one of the best coffee, the best coffee. The best coffee.
This is the best hot chocolate I've had today.
That is the best coffee, hot chocolate he's had today. Yeah. And, you know, but hot chocolate, now that.
Just a word from our sponsors.
Words from our sponsors. Brilliant hot chocolates. So now we've just got, Matt's back from his in the field sort of documentary. He's making a series of sort of close-ups behind the scenes.
Yeah, sort of think like David Attenborough meets Jackass. It's kind of sort of in between that. But just checked up on the girls and the ladies, and they're fine. I think we're gonna have a restart. Unfortunately, Rebecca's hit a wrist quite hard, so I think she might be possibly going to have a checkup on it, but nothing too serious. Fingers crossed. So we're just kind of letting the dust settle at the moment and making sure everyone's all right. Yeah. Main thing, they're okay.
Otherwise, we'll drink some coffee, just Hedge coffee again.
Yeah, now's the time maybe to go and make yourself another cup of tea. Have a break for a moment.
Could also say thanks to all the guys filming today. It's been a pretty long day. I mean, one of them actually had to sit with us in the commentators booth and listen to us just pretty much just chat shit all day. I can't imagine. I mean, that's probably the hardest job here.
I've had to. I don't know if you've seen my left arm moving. but I've been having to nudge him quite regularly because he's falling asleep.
You have to fight for that armrest as well, don't you? Of course.
Yeah, well, he's sort of been quite sort of aggressive with his arms and his stance, but it's okay. I've accepted it now.
It's what he's good at. I mean, he naturally does sit in this position. It's your first time, right, sitting in this sort of. You have to create a presence almost when you do this type of job. Sit in this one spot. I mean, Carlton Kirby is famous for taking all the armrests when he comes.
Well, I've met Carlton Kirby. I sat next to him at a dinner, and we had some interesting chats. But yeah, I noticed then when we were sat next to each other at this dinner that he kept trying to steal my space.
I've also just noticed our cameraman has got 2 sets of AirPods on hand. That's probably the biggest flex I've seen all day. I don't want to know how many AirPod box he's got there, but it's just incredible amount of kit. So yeah, I don't know. Clearly, they've got the gear. These guys, they know what they're doing. What do you think, Matt? Do you know? Have you ever had AirPods?
I haven't.
You don't go near Bluetooth.
What is Bluetooth?
I can't tell you.
Exactly. So you ask a simple question, but you don't get an answer. Youth of today, basically, is all I have to say about that. But I don't have AirPods. I just use old school kind of.
What is it? A cup? You use a cup and a sort of like a string.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. A tin and string is where I'm at. So we got to restart again. So fair play to Hayley because she hit it really hard. Hit the concrete. She didn't hit the alcohol hard. She hit the road surface hard. She took a slide and
She's taking a bit of tarmac with her. There's now there's a bit of a hole in the track.
There is a hole in the track.
She's strong. She's strong, yeah.
No, but seriously, she respect for coming back out to race. She might be a little bit sore tomorrow, but that skin suit's held up pretty well.
A lot of people would not have got back up straight at me and just got on the bike. I think it's really impressive to see someone get on the bike and race again.
Exactly. So we're left with Kitty, Taylor, and Hayley for a restart of this ladies' fixed final. Unfortunately, we had a crash in the first race, but the ladies are off. So I'll be honest. I think Kitty today has just been on point since the first time. Even when they were riding round, just warming up, I could see she was on point. And really, she has ridden her socks off. So if she can keep it on 2 wheels and be smart, I reckon she's going to take the win here. But you never know. Maybe Hayley might be just pumped with so much adrenaline that she take.
Hayley probably can't feel pain right now. She's gone through hell and come back.
She has, and they're not forgetting Taylor as well, of course, in the middle. So here we go. We got the finals, and they're off. Yeah, I think Hayley's just managed to clip in a bit late, but we've got Kitty out front with Taylor close behind, and I think that Kitty now is just going to ride her own race. I think she's going to stay focused and just ride the lines that she's been doing in the earlier races today.
Yeah, crashing does take a hit to your confidence when you crash out.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, like we said, fair play that Hayley's come back out. She's jumped back on the horse, and she's shown that what can be done with a positive mental attitude. We've got Kitty and Taylor out front. I think Taylor's going to stay on Kitty's and suss out her lines and work out if there's any locations that she can pass her. But they're both looking very comfortable on the front. Hayley's brought herself back. She's
still there. I mean, she's not and she's not struggling either. She's pretty comfortable. Maybe even leaving that gap so she can rush it into the hairpins to the yes bend. She's clearly been she's crashed, but she's straight on it. She's not missing a beat.
Yeah, Kitty's riding sort of defensively, I'd say, at the moment, but she's got Taylor right on a wheel, and Taylor's riding well. She looks very comfortable, taking that S bend there.
Kitty looking still. I mean, she looks comfortable. She knows where Taylor is, and she knows who's behind her. She doesn't have to worry about anyone else. She doesn't have to look ahead, and she doesn't have to keep track of other riders because she knows if she holds this pace, people can't come around her. She has to stay on it.
this is a very, very tight race. Taylor's right on Kitty's wheel here. She looks very, very comfortable. Has Kitty pushed herself too hard in these heats? Has Taylor left it all to the final?
I mean, we've seen this before with Alec spending the whole race on Sam's wheel and then just coming past on that one corner. So maybe Taylor's just waiting for that opportunity to just pounce.
I think possibly through that S-bend, Kitty took a terrible line and she did well to come back from that. But yeah, Taylor's right on that wheel. Look, she's not even, it doesn't even look like she's gasping for breath. Very comfortable. So she's really trying. I think she possibly thought that might have been a location that she could have passed, but Kitty's digging deep with that nice aggressive style there on the rises.
Taylor has to reset here and aim for another corner now to try and make that move. Maybe this hairpin's the one or the S-bend. We'll see. She's right on that.
We're just coming up to this bend here. Many people have slipped, but they've both kept it on two wheels. They've kind of got similar styles. These ladies, don't they? They look the same really on the bike. There's very similar styles.
They have both really just look natural on the bike. Oh, here we go. Taylor going to make the move. She can't get past. Just no space for her to sprint out the corner. Ooh.
What a fantastic race. Well done, Kitty. Whoa. Oh. So you wouldn't have seen that on the live stream, but Taylor's okay, but she unclipped as she came across the line and she rode into the wheel. But as you can see, it's all good. She's all right.
Photo finish there. We can't confirm who took the win, but we'll try and get that. We'll get our people in the field to confirm it.
I think it was Kitty that took the win, but that was fantastic racing. Really good, solid racing from both of these ladies all throughout the day, and I think Kitty's the rightful winner.
So pretty brilliant racing there from the men and the women, pushing the limits quite clearly past the limits. I don't think there were any limits today.
No limit.
But now we've got the fixie riders.
No, the wheelie riders.
Wheelie riders, and you can't see us, but they have been just practicing, warming up, falling over like just all the time.
Oh yeah, they're always staying casual and relaxed.
They all have, contrary of the fixie riders, they all have the same sort of fashion etiquette.
Yeah, similar, very sort of casual stuff that like little Harry's got his jacket, his rain jacket just in case it rains. There's definitely I don't think any of those guys are going to be getting cold.
Yeah, I think there's clearly some sort of, I bet there's some thought put into their clothing. Maybe it's better for the wheelie. Maybe it just creates that drag that just lifts the front wheel.
Well, I think that's something that we can ask down the line. Find out what's going down. But I think I'm going to get us a guest to come in and help commentate with us, to join us. So if you just hold the fort for a minute.
Right, so Matt again is going into the wilderness. All right, so just not a break, but just a small amount of time before the wheelie guys get ready for their final race. I'm pretty sure they're all roaring to go. They've been waiting all day for this. Jake obviously won the earlier wheelie race quite convincingly, while RJ behind him, both actually finishing earlier in the qualifications on the exact same time for their lap. So clearly very similar levels. Matt's just coming in to get some resources for his in the field research. He said 2 minutes. I don't know if he said 2 minutes because that's how slow he walks, or just because he's going to do some work. But he should be back with the winner of that race. So the rain has held off. Been pretty lucky all day with the sun. no wind, just quiet. It's been pretty good here. We've had some people watching from the BMX park a bit, just socially distancing. People on the bus stop, people on the buses going past. I think they were watching from the top, the double deckers. Look who's coming here. We've got the Ginger Ninja, Alec Briggs. He had an unlucky race there. He pushed the limits and he found the limits.
I didn't even push the limit. The limit found me. I was just like cruising around. I was like, yeah, it's cool. We've got another couple laps. And the front just went. I saw a video. It doesn't make sense, actually. I'm a bit confused.
I think Alec ran out of Techers there. If anyone's heard of Alec, he runs the Techers squad, probably one of the coolest teams. I would say just in the world, not in the UK, just in the world. Alec, what do you have to say about Alec? Is that true or false?
That's not for me to decide.
So Alex, in fact, Alec's too cool to say it's true or false. So there we go.
Jumping over. We want it to a wheelie race, isn't it?
So now we've got the wheelie race coming up. Right now on the track, we've got a go-kart. I don't think that's allowed in the wheelie race. We haven't actually set rules, so there could be a go-kart in this wheelie race, but it obviously demands less skill. What do you think, Alec?
I'm pretty sure it's not going to be a go-kart in the wheelie race, bro.
So Alex, he says there's not going to be a go-kart, but I don't think he's qualified to make that statement.
Who do you reckon for the wheelie race?
I think Jake 100 again. Just look, he looked so good in that first race. He didn't stutter.
He did what I did last week as well. Like, he binned it on the first corner, and that was it. He was out. So he's like, he wants redemption or revenge. I don't know. Was it redemption? I'm going to say so. Yeah.
I think Jake also, he's the guy that started this. One of the people who started this event and helped out and wanted to get it going. So, he wants to be one of those first people to be written down in the books. I mean, you won last time, you didn't. You won your category.
Yep.
It's the first time they've started doing these things. What do you think? You like it?
Yeah, it's amazing, man. Whole vibe's awesome. They nailed it. I'll let him go. It's like the boys, the big dogs are coming in.
We've got the bosses.
Oh, boy, I want to get out of the way then. Let the big man come through.
We're live.
All right, we got a special guest here. Just budge over a bit, Oscar.
Who's this man here? What's your name, young man?
My name is Ryan Taylor.
Thank you for coming in and joining us. We've had a few people asking if you were about today, and here you are. So this is your first time down to this race, isn't it?
I've actually been here before. I did jump a fence before. I'm not on it on my BMX bike, obviously. But no, it's the first time down to the race. I missed the last one. I was away, but I'm here now to see the boys. I've just heard that there's a bunch of crashes going on. There's a bunch of mad speeds going on. And what's getting me is that these fixed gear bikes go around the corner and the pedal is so close to the ground every time they do it. So I'm like waiting for someone to start doing flips and stuff. But all the boys out there, Jake and Harry and everyone, we're doing the no front wheel race and all this. So I'm excited to see what's about to go down.
Yeah, it's a new format, different type of racing. So for us, it's exciting to be able to give these guys a platform to be able to express themselves, which is essentially in a more controlled environment than on the streets. But yeah, it's gone down today. We've had some people flying over tyres. Luckily, nothing serious, but there's been some really good racing. So we're excited to see this race because there's been quite a bit of heat between RJ and Jake 100 for today.
Is it close?
They had the exact same time in the heat. Exactly the same time going around. So obviously Kizzy's not here today. I want to give Kizzy a shout out because he bossed it last time. But
Living the dream right now.
it's all right for some, isn't it, Kizzy?
But yeah, Jake and RJ, I'll see how these guys get on the roads and on the streets. So I know for a fact it's definitely going to get heated with these boys.
For sure. And we got sort of two different styles as well. We got RJ, who's kind of smooth, very, very smooth the way he operates.
Still carries the speed.
Oh yeah, he carries that speed, and then you got Jake, who kind of is a bully boy. His style, he kind of bosses it around. But I think it's going to be a very interesting race, and they all look as though they're getting themselves psyched up over there.
Jake once did bully me in Paris. I was doing a wheelie next to him. I took a little turn. Jake wheelied onto me and stopped my back wheel, and I went flying. He can be a bully at times.
But from the sounds of it, you've put that one in your memory locker, and you're gonna get him back for that, aren't you?
Hopefully, right. I mean, not hopefully, but we're watching right now. We see what happens. Are the front wheels on this one?
Front wheel is on this race, so yeah, it's a bit more conventional, this one. But we are down the line with this off the streets. We're gonna start having some BMX races, Ryan. So we've got to see you flexing. No, we're gonna have some jumps, man. We're gonna have some jumps.
Jumps, we can talk. But
We're talking. You need jumps, and then we're talking. No jumps, you're not.
I need to be able to do like flips and
Noted.
it's like a good slope style, you know, kind of vibe. And I think we can create something magical, something that's never been done before. You know, changing the game. That's what we do.
This is what we do too. So, you know, it's this whole project's been born out of lockdown. It's just been there was nothing going on, and we thought, you know what, fuck it, let's make it happen.
What better way to social distance than hit the go-kart track?
Exactly. Everyone in their groups, bubbles of 6 as well. But yeah, shout out to Revolution Karting for putting, you know, helping us put this event on. It's a super technical course, and really makes the riders pull their skills out the bag. So we got the guys at the moment just basically getting their shit together. I think he's putting his earpods in, probably listening to some tunes.
Who is the best wheelie rider in the UK then?
The best wheelie rider. Oh.
It's a difficult. Well, it's kind of difficult because they've all got their own sort of style. There's not really a way to.
So what I will say is, London boys are definitely the ones bringing the heat. It's not so much as, you know, certain individuals, because I mean a lot of people will base it off of who's got the most following, who's got this, you know what I mean. But for who's bringing the most heat right now out of globally, I would say that the London boys are doing the thing, you know what I mean. And then London, then Philly, New York, it's all out there, you know what I mean. So. London boys are bringing the smoke, 100%.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. London's definitely where it's at. So what have you been doing with yourself then?
All sorts. Traveling. I'm just about to move out to London for a little while, just to go and get away from the winter, escape the cold. I can feel it coming. You know, from when you're walking out to your front door in the morning and you can see your breath in front of you. Not only smell it, but you can see it as well. It's like it's too cold, man. I need to get out of it for a bit, and there's not much going on in the winter anyway. So, I'm gonna just escape the winter for a bit, move out to Marbella for a while, and yeah, just keep doing what I'm doing out there. I'm actually taking my Mercedes out there, which is a truck that I basically cut the back off and made into a portable ramp, so I can pull up in any location, deploy the ramp, and do flips and whips and all the stuff that I need to do. So, taking that out to Marbella. Sunshine, jet skis, you know, what more can you ask for?
Exactly. I mean, that's the smart thing to do, because I grew up in Australia and I'm about to enter the next 5 months or so for me. It's not so much the cold, it's the darkness, bro. Like
2 o'clock in the afternoon and it's already dark.
Yeah. No, it's a real struggle, but yeah, we can see now we got
You ready, boys?
we got it. It's all going down.
We got Small Harry. Small Harry ready.
Little Harry.
Little Harry. He's still got
Small Harry.
He's still got.
I'm gonna step out, do a quick collective.
No worries. No worries. I'll sit here, Budge. No, stay there. I can share the seat with you. I'm only little, 5'1". So we got it's about to go down basically. So you can see here now we got all the riders out there. So the finals between RJ, Jake 100, Trad, Kamal, and Little Harry.
Little Harry has got nerves written on his face.
He does, but Little Harry's got his jacket on still, so obviously he's not. He's still cold.
I think Little Harry.
I'm back.
Nice.
Yeah, so they just do a siding lap first behind the go-kart.
Harry straight at the back. It's all about this. You want to be at the front.
I think I mean, Jake's got the right idea. You can see RJ's just hanging in there as well, but
one thing that I do like about these things is, you know, whenever I see Harry do some sort of like event or anything that's away from YouTube, he takes it so serious. And he always surprised me, because I'm like, I never knew you had it in you to do these kind of things, but little Harry, he brings it as well.
he does, man.
Taking a different approach to back though.
But you can see Jake is hungry. He wants this.
Oh, Jake's starving. Jake is starving.
All right, here we go.
RJ already trying it up.
Here we go. So this is an elimination race. So the guys will ride this first lap, and then from then on, the final rider is eliminated. Or if you drop your wheel, you're out as well.
Okay.
How smooth RJ is. He just looks in control all the time.
So this format's been put together by Jake. It's his idea to have the elimination. We think it works really, really well.
So if Jake doesn't win, we've got to ask some questions.
Definitely. I will be asking him questions straight away.
The gaps are opening immediately. They've stalled a bit in the back there, the three of them. Don't know what's going on there. A bit of a.
I think that's possibly
Kamal.
So we got Jake out front, and RJ's trying to keep him honest, but it's like little Harry's has dropped his wheel. We got Kamal there in third. Jake's dropped it. Oh my!
What? I had to get off my seat, guys. Sorry.
Did you see that? I think Jake. It's basically between RJ and Kamal by the looks of it. So in theory, RJ should take this if he can keep that wheel up, but. Oh dear, we got RJ. RJ's struggling to keep that front wheel up. Let's Kamal, just keep that wheel up, man. Anything can happen. RJ's took the win. RJ with the win. Jake basically dropped his wheel when he come round. I think
in the booth over here, Jake, we have some questions on the live feed right now. Jake, if you are hearing this for whatever reason, we got questions, my brother.
I think we're going to have to get RJ and Jake in here for some questions, but not necessarily how we thought it would go down, but it shows how difficult it is, because all these guys are the best in the game, and for them to keep the wheel up on a technical track like this, it's not easy.
I mean, Jake just repeating himself again, dropping that wheel. Last time he dropped it, came out of the race, and he's repeating it again. I think it's going to end up getting his head.
Well, possibly, but I think, knowing Jake well, I think he'll be all right and he'll bounce back from this. But this is the thing with this type of racing, and just racing in general, keeps you honest. You know, you never know what can happen, and there's plenty of factors that comes into riding or racing a bike, not rather than just being you might be the strongest. A lot of different factors that come into play.
RJ's got that youth as well, you know. I mean, he might not be much younger, but he looks younger, so he's got that. He's going to have to live up to the expectations in the next race again. And we had a visit from George, the organizer.
Yeah, so we got RJ there with the win, but well done, RJ, man. At the end of the day, look, you know, you're only as good as your competitors, and you showed that you were hungry for it today, and anything can happen.
I'm just hoping that's not why they call him Jake 100, because I tell you what, the next race is going to be phenomenally intense for that guy. Yeah,
we got some questions to ask Jake. Actually, we're going to see what was going through his head, but if we can get RJ over here and for an interview, that'd be great.
I'm trying to get Jake
Is it
inside,
that?
guys.
Yeah, no worries. Matt's again. So there you go.
That was a quick race. I don't think either of us expected to end in the first two laps. Just over, done.
Like we said, it's anything can happen. I think the thing is with this wheelie racing, Oscar, is that they make it look very easy, but the truth is it's very difficult to keep it up on one wheel, you know. And there's a lot of, as it's growing and as it develops, there's a lot of little things that they'll pick up on. Like, for example, when they're doing that warm-up lap behind the go-kart track, I think you need to be right at the front. You need to make sure and put yourself in a strong position, because if you're not at the front, you're just making it difficult for yourselves.
Jake's showing you can be in the right spot, but if you're not on it, if you just let yourself rest for a little bit, race could just be over, just like that.
Exactly. But we're going to be getting we're going to get RJ in here, and we'll get Jake in here as well, just to ask sort of what went through their heads and how it felt out there. But we got RJ coming in now. So we'll take a seat, RJ. Congratulations. Well done. So, what was going through your head before you went out there and raced?
I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know. It was pretty just keep the wheel up and make sure I just don't drop it.
So what we were saying, because you guys all make it look very easy. You in particular, we like your style. It's very smooth. But the thing that for the viewers at home, when you watch it, they make it look easy. But just riding around a go-kart track that's technical like this, it's not easy to keep the wheel up. I mean, like for example, Jake, one of the best in the game, he dropped it on that bend. So I mean, how is it something like with the front wheel? It's got to, if it's spinning fast, it's easy to keep the wheel up. Is that how it works?
Yeah, basically. I don't know, obviously the scientific terms of it, but like when the wheel stops, it just makes you move a lot, and like you just can't keep the wheel up. But when it spins, it basically just pulls you in a way. So I don't know. But then where Jake dropped it, there was a lot of wind at that point, and then that's when I slowed down. If you see it, I did slow down there because I had to try and keep it up because Jake was the competitor for me. And when he dropped it, I was just like, okay, cool. Need to keep it up, and then whoever's behind me just needs to drop it, and I just need to get to the finish line. So that's what I did.
And that's what you did, and you're the champion, and you got yourself a GoPro 9.
Yes. Now I'm going to start my own YouTube channel.
There we go. You heard it here first. But I think the thing as well is obviously because it's new, there's lots of little things that I think you guys will start to pick up on. I know I could see that you've worked it out. But for example, in that siding lap, when you're going around behind the go-kart track, you need to position yourself up the front. Because if you're not at the front, it's game over, isn't it?
Yeah. So I'm a fast rider. So if someone's in the way, it does get annoying because like you want to take the same route as them, and then like they're just blocking you, and they might be going slower than I want to go. So that's why I try to go in front. Know that Jake's faster, so I know that in front of me there's no one going to be slow. So that's why I try and get.
Well, you say Jake's faster, but to be honest with you, today you and him had the exact same time.
Yeah, I say because I have more lean with my tires, a bit grippier, so I have more lean on the corners, so I can get a bit better turn on the corners. But he's got the fixed it so they go faster. So on the straights he had it.
And how have you found this format, this race? Because this is you've did the first race as well, and how have you found it?
Or just the track in general? Or?
Just the racing, the vibe, the track, the style of racing.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I like for us it's very different as we're just really on the roads, but now racing competitively like that, it's actually fun. It should be a sport one day, maybe.
Well, that's what we're doing, as we're making it a sport. Yeah, well, we just want to give, if I'm honest, we just want to give you guys a platform to be able to showcase your skills in a safe environment that's away from the road. But we're working on we're going to be doing a national series next year of this. So keep training, keep sharp, because there's going to be plenty of races next year, and thanks a lot for being part of it, and congratulations on your win, and well deserved, so I hope you can hold your head high.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice one, man. You got anyone you want to thank or anything you want to say?
Say thanks to everyone that's watching this. Thanks, Mum. Thanks, Mum. Yeah.
Yeah. No, mum, you should be very proud. RJ's is a good young man, and so well done.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so thank you everyone that's has been tuned in today. I hope we haven't been too boring, and I want to thank Oscar for coming and giving his time to us for today. And how has it been for you, your first off the streets experience?
I mean, it's pretty awesome. I think it's great that these the people who do wheelies and people who enjoy just skills and stuff get somewhere to race, because I do track racing, I do road racing. I've got so many opportunities to race. I think these guys need a spot where they can show off how good they are, and maybe have national championships, have world championships, because it's a skill. It's something they've worked really hard to get, and they don't have that platform to show. It's not recognised by anyone yet that this is something impressive. So I think it's brilliant that finally someone's seeing the talent in these kids.
No, definitely, and also for like the fixie riders as well. It's a different type of format, a different type of racing that's a lot more accessible to different types of riders. Generally in fixed crits, you need to be a really crazy level of fitness, whereas with this, you can pretty much jump off your couch and race because there's lots of different elements. But hope you guys have enjoyed the the action today, and I want to give a shout out to all the people that have put this on, and for the people that have come and supported, and the people that are watching on the live stream. It means a lot to us, and we really appreciate it, and we're looking forward to bringing more of these events and to help grow and spread this type of racing around the UK. So yeah, thank you very much.